Hello there and welcome to Sea Power. My name is Stealth and I'm going to help you get underway learning all the ropes of Sea Power. In this first tutorial we're going to have a look at all the Hello there and welcome to Sea Power. My name is Stealth and I'm going to help you get underway learning all the ropes of Sea Power. In this first tutorial we're going to have a look at all the different elements that you can use to control the game. So, starting at the top left of the screen, you have the formation editor. Now I'm saying top left of the screen, but you can drag this thing all over the place. With the formation editor you can quickly jump from one ship to another. It works from ships, it also works with various aircraft, it works with submarines. This is going to basically be your overview of what units do you have at your disposal. There is an important note here. This is currently one formation. So I have the Bergen Reinforced Convoy. This is part of the Gauntlet mission. This means that all of these units are in the same formation. However, if I take one of these ships out of the formation, you can see that it is no longer part of this formation. This means it might not show up in this menu, and as such you will have to keep an eye on that unit separately. So it's not like you'll be able to keep an eye on everything. This again is a formation manager. Next, in the middle of the screen we have the compass. You can see that this ship is just sailing past, but that's because I have the sail past camera on. You can do that by pressing F3. If you press F1, you just follow the ship. In this case, I'm going to put it behind the ship, and you can see that we're on about a course of 055 or something like that. So this is your direction of your ship. You can also see that down here on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Over on the top right, you also have time acceleration and time deceleration. If the action gets really intense, or if you want to take a nice screenshot, you can do that by just slowing the game down. This also slows down your camera movements. My camera is actually quite slow as I'm doing this. If you have search actions going on for submarines, sometimes, for example, that takes a very long time. And in those cases, you might run it at 10, 20, 50 times speed. Sometimes even up to 100. Be advised, however, at 100 times speed, the game can become a little wonky. It can do some things that aren't exactly as intended. So I would recommend not to use the 100 times too often, unless you're just skipping time in order to get to a piece of action. Bottom right hand side. This is the map display. We're currently on, let's say, the visual display. But if you toggle this on, you get the tactical display, which again is completely draggable, so that you can put it in a position of your choosing. And if you click on this one, the maximize, you're just going to get the map display. This is really where everything takes place, and sometimes you may not want to have the tactical display where you see all your ships. The map display is really where, let's say, you live or die, because this is going to give you far better of an overview relative to just having the map view over here, the tactical display. Yes, it gives you some information, but you can see that the screen is getting quite cluttered. All of my ships appear to be on top of each other. And especially with the ranges that this game has, sometimes you want to get a bit better overview. So I do recommend then potentially pausing the game, which you can do by clicking that, or by hitting the spacebar, and then going to the tactical map. What you can also do in this overview is use various drawing tools. At the moment these are all controlled by the menu, but it's entirely likely that as the game continues to develop, these will be easier to access. We have a ruler that you can use to measure distances from one point to another. You have a flat marker that you can just put an X on the map, and you have the range circle. This is going to allow you to, for example, figure out, okay, my weapons have such and such level of range, and that means that the ship is now in range or it is not. If you want to erase things, just hit the erase, and if you hold shift, you can erase multiple things at once. As a practical example, I'm going to have a look at the Valdez over here. And this ship has the RUR-5. It's an anti-submarine rocket. Now, I'm not going to go into what that weapon is. That's for a different tutorial. This weapon has a range of 6 nautical miles. So I'm going to pause the game here for a second. And I'm going to plot that on the map. So that I know that if this ship were to come up against a submarine, that is the weapon range that I have. So you click on the Valdez. You just drag it out and say, okay, this thing has a range of 6 nautical miles. And there. This is going to now follow the Valdez. So if I'm moving this ship along, you can see that that range circle moves with it. And this can be very useful, not only for your ships, but also for hostile ships. Because it allows you to very quickly see, okay, am I in range? Are they in range? Should I be worried? This does require that you know what your target is. It also requires that you know what your own weapon systems are. And those things are all found in the unit reference. You can access that by right-clicking on a unit and clicking Unit Reference. And this is going to pull up the menu which shows you what this particular unit is. Be it a plane, be it a submarine, be it a ship, it doesn't matter. Anything is going to get unit reference cards like this. This can also work for the enemy, but you do need to have a full identification on that unit. On this unit reference card, you can see a lot of information about the unit that you're currently looking at. In this case, that Knox-class frigate that I have. You can see that what the length and the beam is. These two aren't terribly interesting. Max speed is a bit more interesting, because a faster ship might be able to outrun a torpedo. You might, if you're feeling very lucky, be able to outrun a missile, but that is less likely. Sometimes you'll also have units which have range, especially in the case of planes which are launched from a carrier. This can have a range. You can also find what weapons you have, in this case the RUR-5 anti-submarine rocket. And if you then click on that, you can see what the maximum velocity is, what the range is, what it's used for. Sometimes they just have a primary engagement mode, which means they can only really shoot submarines. But sometimes weapons have various roles. If I select the Groves over here, you can see that I have the SM-1MR, the Standard Missile 1 medium range. This has a primary engagement mode of anti-aircraft, but it can also do anti-surface, so you can shoot these things at other ships if you are feeling like doing that. It's not the primary weapon I would pick to do that, but again, that's for a different video. The unit reference card can also be used to figure out what other ships might be out there. Sometimes you might not have a full identification, and you know that the enemy has, for example, a corvette or a frigate. And you want to know, okay, let's say that frigate, it could be an Oliver Hazard Perry, or it could be a Garcia. Let's say it's an Oliver Hazard Perry, it has these weapons. Let's say it's a Garcia, it has these weapons. And then you can start to classify how dangerous a particular opponent might be. I highly recommend using this reference card early and often. This way you can get more acquainted with the game. You can also do this by right-clicking in the, let's say, the 3D viewer and clicking it on there. Very, very much information. There's a lot of information to be found here. Don't just be looking at weapons. Also be looking at defenses. Some ships have noisemakers, which are basically small cans that you toss overboard that make noise and might attract a torpedo so that it doesn't hit the ship. Chaff is there to defend the ship from incoming missiles. Some ships have defenses, some ships don't. You can also find what sonars and sensors are available. You have all sorts of sensors, for example, on this Oliver Hazard Perry class frigate. We have optics, which is basically a visual sensor. You're basically looking out of your ship, and you're either seeing something or you're not. They don't have night vision quality, so at night they won't really be able to see much. We have an air search radar, able to look for targets in the air. We have a surface search radar, looking for targets on the water. We have a hull-mounted sonar, looking for submarines, although it can also be used to find surface ships. You have the towed sonar array, which is a towed array, so basically a sonar, but you tow it behind the ship. You also have ESM, electronic support measures. These are basically, let's say, incoming sensors. Just imagine that you are in a field and it's dark. Somebody else is using a flashlight. The ESM allows you to see that flashlight. So they basically allow you to find out, oh, look, there's something over there. There's a radar over there. And there's various different frequencies, but again, this is too basic of a tutorial to go into all that. And then we have an ECM jammer. This ECM jammer is a bit of a defensive countermeasure. allowing you to potentially jam enemy radars and reduce their tracking performance. Again, more on all of that stuff later. So that is, let's say, the tactical map and the unit reference card. You also have the event log on the bottom right hand side, and I highly recommend that you keep a close eye on this. Anything that you spot, anything that your ships detect, anything that happens, gets noted in the event log. I almost always have this screen up, because it almost always tells me something useful. If I were to activate, for example, the radar on the Valdez, maybe we'll be able to detect something. And if something gets detected, that is going to come up in the event log. Over here we have a new contact. You can see there's multiple new contacts. So we have found something with our air search radar on this ship. And that is immediately put into the event log. You can see the date, you can see the time, and that there's multiple new contacts. Because over here on the tactical display you can now see two tracks, but they're kind of overlaid. They're 7001 and 7002. And based on the icon, which is a box, but just let's say the top part, you can see that it's an aerial unit. It could be a helicopter, it could be a plane. Although it's not that likely to be a helicopter, because helicopters don't travel at 600 knots. This is definitely an aircraft. You can also see their direction, which is southwest, or as the course indicator here says, course 229. And there's two of them. So if you have something happening in the event log, I would highly recommend that you pause the game and then go and look at what that is. It could be anything. It could be a surface ship, it could be an aircraft, it could be a helicopter, it could even be a submarine. Try and identify things as early as you can, because the more information you have, the better your decision making is going to be. Next, we have the toggle formation manager button. So this is going to allow you to toggle that on or off. You can play without it, and in this case you will have to do a bit more zooming on the map to keep all of your units in check and keep all of your units lined up. But the formation editor is definitely something that you can use. Some units may have their own flight deck. Not every ship will have that. Some of them do, such as some frigates, they can launch helicopters. And of course, in case of an aircraft carrier, you definitely have options. What this flight deck allows you to do is select what type of airplane you want launched, what sort of loadout you want on that particular plane, what sort of squadron they could draw from. This is really not that important. Their call sign, which is at least currently something you cannot change, but maybe later, and how many different planes you want to use and be assigned to that particular wing. This creates a new formation. So if you just want to have one F-14 Tomcat, you can do that by assigning one. If you want to have a whole air patrol, you can do that with this. Then you click launch. And of course, an aircraft doesn't magically spawn on the flight deck. An aircraft is going to have to get brought up from either a hangar or a hangar deck, such as an aircraft carrier. Sometimes they wheel it out of the hangar in a frigate. Sometimes they just launch it from the aircraft hangar and bring it up to the deck. You can see there's the Tomcat. And this also means that the Tomcat is now selectable as a unit on the map. It does look a little weird here. We have the Nimitz in the middle, and then we have Fast Eagle 1. That's the Tomcat on the bow. And we have Fast Eagle 2. That's the Tomcat on the stern. With these, you can then kind of just sit around and wait. You want to get some nice cinematics. I do recommend pressing F3, which is going to give you a nice follow camera. F2 is going to give you a free camera, which you can then control using mouse and WASD. And if you press F1, you're just going to be following this specific unit. Next up, in the middle of the screen, only if you have a ship selected, only if you have your own ship selected, you can see all sorts of different numbers and weapon systems. We have 8 RIM-7, we have 16 RUR-5. Again, if you're not familiar with naval warfare or aerial warfare to that extent, because airplanes are in the game, that's okay. You can learn all of this stuff. It just takes a little bit of time. And again, that's where that unit reference is very handy. These numbers tell you what you have of what weapon type. So we have 8 RIM-7s. Okay, what's a RIM-7? Well, a RIM-7 is a Sea Sparrow. It's an anti-air missile, which can also be used in anti-surface warfare. It has a range of 10 miles, and it has an attack altitude of 40,000 feet. Currently, warhead size and stuff like that is not in the game yet. But I'm recording this with basically an alpha version of the game, so stuff like that is definitely going to be colored in later, if you will. Next, we have an RUR-5. Okay, what is that? RUR-5 is the anti-submarine rocket. You can read all about these weapon systems in your own time with your own unit. Important to know is that if you click on these things, you can, or actually before you click on these things, you can see that it says ASROC ready. So this is an anti-submarine rocket and it's standing by. If you click on it, the game is going to show you a very small circle, which is the minimum engagement range, which is 1 nautical mile. And the maximum range is 6 miles. If I try to go beyond that, you can, but nothing is going to happen. If you do, however, click something a little closer, the game is going to allow you to do that. So in this case, if I click right click here, the game is not going to say anything. It's going to say confirmed, but it can't really confirm because I don't have that range. If I do try and launch at a shorter range, there we go, that is possible. And that is that 6 nautical miles that I lined up earlier. Now in this case, the RUR-5, it is a torpedo with a small booster attached to it. So if you have a submarine in the area close to your ship, this is a very quick way to have that torpedo meet up with that submarine. This way you can also see what other weapon systems you have. In this case, we have another Mark 46 torpedo launcher. We have 640 shells for the 127mm gun. That's the Mark 42 gun, which in this ship is mounted on the bow. We have 20 noisemakers and 70 chaff. Noisemakers and chaff are defensive systems. The noisemaker is something that you can kind of see it here. There it goes. It's tossed overboard and it's going to sit just behind the ship and make noise. It's going to try and deflect torpedoes from the ship. It's going to pose as the ship. The chaff is something that you pop into the air and it works. There we go. These are, as far as I could tell, magnesium clouds that pretend to be the ship. So they're generating a very large radar signature so that the missile that is targeting the ship goes, hold on, there's something even bigger up there. I'm going to target that. Fortunately, you don't have to control these things manually. Both the noisemakers and chaff are controlled automatically by the ship. So if the ship comes under attack, it's going to figure out, oh, hold on, I'm under attack. I need to deploy chaff, I need to drop a noisemaker, depending on what the threat is. Take note that these things do have a countdown. You cannot just deploy 20 noisemakers or 70 chaff. This has a cooldown of about a minute, this has a cooldown of another 11 seconds, and if I click now, nothing happens. So try and just let this be controlled by the AI, at least initially, when you're trying to get familiar with the game, before immediately jumping in and deciding that you want to start dropping these things manually. If you do click while it is still loading, the game is just not going to do anything. And you can see that the countdown timer continues. Only when this countdown timer has finished will the new chaff be launched. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now we can launch the next chaff. So keep that in mind. You cannot just spam these defenses. This is, I'd say, better handled automatically. Next, over on the bottom left-hand side, we have what is the depth below the keel. 2,316 feet. So the ocean over here is very deep. And this is definitely a safe, well, a relatively safe place to use a submarine, for example. Sometimes you will find that the water is far shallower, and it might not be even traversable for all ships. You can also see what the course of your ship is. You can see what their speed is. If I hover over speed, that lights up. And that means you can click on it, and you can click everything from ahead flank, which is best speed ahead, to all back full, which is try and put the ship in reverse. Changing course can be done either by right-clicking anywhere, and this is going to tell the Valdez to start changing course. Or, if you feel like you want to take direct control, you can. And if you take direct control, you can see that there is a check mark over the unit then. And if I now press A, I can immediately influence the course of the ship. Take note that if you press A, you're basically setting your rudder out to port. So you're trying to make a port course correction. The ship is going to keep turning in a circle unless you tell it to stop by pressing D and centering your rudder again. Using this, you can also speed the ship up. I'm now going 19 knots. I can also slow the ship down. This is sort of a more arcadey way of controlling your ships. And if you have just the one ship, this can work. If you have a lot of ships, I wouldn't really recommend this, because you'll be too much micromanaging one unit and potentially not able to find all of those other units that you might need to have a look at. So yes, you can assume direct control, but I would much rather have a ship stay in a formation because a formation is generally stronger together. You might have one ship that's currently working on killing off submarines. You might have a ship that's dealing with enemy air threats. You might have a ship that's launching aircraft, in the case of an aircraft carrier. So ideally, just let these ships do what they do best. If one of your units is a submarine, you can not only control its speed over here, and of course its course by clicking on the map, but you can also click the depth indicator. How deep do you want your submarine to go? Anything from surface to very deep is possible. Submarines will keep an eye on their own crush depth. When is it safe to dive and how deep can we safely go? They don't seem to always have a very clear idea of when it's possible to hit the seabed. So sometimes you might have a shallow area. In that case, I would recommend that you do keep an eye out, and very deep in a shallow area might not be possible. So keep that in mind. Of course, planes don't have a depth indicator, they have a height indicator. So if you click on height, you can go anywhere from 100 feet to 53,000 feet. You'll also see what their ordered altitude is, which is currently 2,000 feet. Aircraft will have different layers of altitudes that they can get to. Some aircraft can go really high, some aircraft cannot go as high. So this is going to change per aircraft that you're using. You also have a speed indicator here, everything from loiter to cruise speed to maximum speed to afterburner. Planes do have a maximum range, as indicated by this blue circle. If I activate my afterburners, I'm going to immediately burn through most of that sphere. So my range is suddenly decreased by an enormous margin. This also has to do with my altitude, which is not something I'm going to go into right now that much. But this is how you control your aircraft. Go height and set your speed. I would generally just keep them on cruise speed. And this is once again going to reclaim my range. Let planes mostly decide when to get up to afterburners and when not to. Especially if you start right-clicking other units, hostile units specifically, you'll see that these aircraft decide that they want to use afterburner or not. As for defensive weapons, they too have their own defenses, in this case chaff. And this is something that again, the aircraft manages automatically. So aircraft do have their own defensive systems, some of them, not all of them, and will automatically deploy those as and when they see fit. These are some of the basics from Sea Power. How do you control your units? How do you maneuver them around? How do you give orders? How do you launch aircraft? How do you use weapons? Again, it's a basic tutorial, but we gotta start somewhere. As I mentioned at the start, it is a very deep, complex game. Give yourself time to learn. Things will go wrong. You might get frustrated at times because things aren't working the way you thought, or those enemy units, well, those missiles hit a bit harder than you were expecting. Give yourself time to learn, be kind to yourself. Sea Power is a deep game, it will take some time. I hope you find this tutorial useful. If you have any further questions, please let me know down below in the comments, and if possible, I will help you out by answering them there. If not, I might just make another video specifically around your question. Thank you for watching, good luck on the high seas, and give them hell. Hello there and welcome to this second tutorial for Sea Power. In this tutorial we're going to go over battle groups. What are the various ships you can find in Sea Power? What are their roles? How do you use them in formation? And how do you navigate them around the battlefield? This is not going to be a massively extensive video because you could spend hours talking about every single ship type, let alone all of these combined. So we're going to go over this in slightly more of a hurry. As you can imagine, the heart of at least the American carrier groups is this thing, the carrier itself. An aircraft carrier is basically a floating airport. You probably have seen these things on various videos, on various images. In this game, they do have some anti-missile defenses. Most of them. They are, however, relying upon their air wing. So they're there to provide the capability of their air wing to take off. That's their greatest offensive power. You're not to put these ships into the fight themselves. This is a little different for Russian cruisers and cruiser carrier hybrids, but more on that later. In order to launch aircraft from a carrier, you want to have this button up, the flight deck. Over here you can see what sort of aircraft they can launch. You can, for example, have F-14 Tomcats, and you can then load out these things with whatever sort of loadout you want. Do you want them to have longer range interception? You want to have shorter range interception? whatever it is you require, those F-14s can generally do, but they're fighters. They don't really do much against ground targets. That's what you have your other aircraft for. Your A6, for example, have strike loadouts, they have anti-ship loadouts. Your A7s, pretty much similar, but they can also do suppression of enemy air defenses. This loads them up with a couple of missiles capable of going after radiation sources. Radars, they're able to shoot those things down. Then you have the E-2C. This is a recon platform. It is an E-2C Hawkeye, and the E-2C Hawkeye is a unit which is basically a big flying radar dish. You fly that radar dish usually behind your carrier at great altitude, and with that be able to see very, very far. We also have the AI-6B, that's an electronic warfare aircraft capable of jamming the incoming, or rather jamming the radars of other ships. They also have their seed loadout, so the same as the A6s the A7s that we have seen, suppression of enemy air defenses. And finally we have the S3A, which is an aircraft capable of dropping sonobuoys, as well as doing anti-ship missions. So you can see that the carrier itself doesn't really do much. Yes, you do have some defensive weapons, but if the carrier has to defend itself, basically all the rings around it have failed. Everything has gone wrong if your aircraft carrier is coming under attack, and that's because aircraft carriers rely upon their friends. One of such cruisers is the Ticonderoga. In this case, it's a cruiser specialized in a particular role: anti-air warfare. It is there to defend the fleet, including the carrier, or rather, mostly including the carrier, against incoming missiles, as well as shooting down aircraft. Although most of the time, that'll get done by the aircraft from the Eisenhower, so from the carrier itself. It also carries a couple of anti-submarine weapons, as well as the RGM-84, which is a harpoon. So it's a long-range anti-ship missile. And that means this thing is relatively well-rounded, but it carries by far the most SM-2MR, Standard Missile 2, medium range. Those things are capable of going after both aircraft and surface units, so you can also use this ship to take down surface units at a range of 40 miles. They have powerful radars, and you can turn those on or off depending on whether or not you want to be detected and or get a better picture of what's going on. The Yorktown over here is another one of those Ticonderoga class cruisers, so it is also providing its escort services to the carrier over there. So you can see there's two of those cruisers. And with those, they're projecting a very powerful anti-air bubble. The next ship type over here, this is a destroyer. Now, destroyer come in various different roles, and depending on the type of era that you're playing in, different types of weaponry. In this case, a destroyer is armed with kind of all sorts of weapons, depending on what type of threat you're going for. The SM-1MR, Standard Missile 1, medium range, so it is slightly older than the Standard Missile 2s that we've seen on the Ticonderogas. These are still capable of defending the ship against incoming missiles. They carry a decent amount of them, they carry 52. They also have harpoons, they also have the RUR-5, which is an anti-submarine weapon. They have 16 torpedoes, also against submarines. You cannot launch these things against surface ships, they're anti-submarine only. Then they have a couple of CIWS, close-in weapon systems, which you will also see on some of the other ships. Those are these things over here, capable of defending the ship against missiles. And we have a main gun. We have a 127mm gun, or a 5-inch on the bow, and some ships carry also one on the stern, such as this kit class does. Other ships, you might find the gun amidships, in such case as an Oliver Hazard Perry class. A destroyer is slightly less punchy most of the time than a cruiser, and they are definitely fulfilling important roles because they carry an aircraft. So much like with your aircraft carrier, you can find the flight deck button here and you can launch an aircraft, such as a helicopter. With that, you can start dropping sonobuoys, capable with those sonobuoys of finding submarines. Very useful, so they're very versatile platforms. The next class is the frigates, and this is an Oliver Hazard Perry class frigate. Frigates typically are anti-submarine warfare, so they're there to defend themselves with their standard missiles, or their allies. They can also defend other ships with those. They do have harpoons if you want to go offensive against other surface ships. They have submarine weapons, or rather anti-submarine weapons in the form of those Mark 46 torpedoes. They do have their own CIWS, but this ship only carries one. Always try to take note of whatever ship type you're using, where that CIWS is. Because if it means that a missile is coming from the bow, this Sea-Whiz will not fire. You will have to turn the ship to port or to starboard, so to left or to right, in order to bring that gun to bear. This, of course, can be said for any kind of missile threat you're facing or any kind of platform that you're using, but always try and take note of where exactly are my weapons. The same can be said for its main gun. This 5-incher... sorry, it's not a 5-incher. It's a 4-incher, I believe, a 76mm gun. It sits amidships. And with that, it's slightly weird positioned relative to, for example, World War II ships, which generally have a which have a gun in the bow. But that's where the Perry has its missile launcher. This Perry comes with 2 helicopters, so it is very capable of going on the offense against submarines. And depending on the ship type, sometimes you'll also find that these guys come with a towed array. So they will be dragging a sonar array behind them, trying to listen for submarines. You can send these guys out by themselves, slightly ahead of the fleet, and with that, make sure that no submarine is trying to come close. But keep in mind, any ship that you do send forward has the risk of finding itself isolated, and thus overwhelmed by the enemy missiles. This is always going to be a trade-off. Do you want to have your ships close together, pretty much like this, and be able to overlap their defenses? Or do you want to have one of these frigates, in this case, for example, the Wadsworth, to go off on a little journey and hunt down a submarine? That is going to be up to you as the commander in a scenario. Next, we also have various types of submarines. This one is the Los Angeles class submarine. This one comes equipped with the Mark 48, that's a torpedo, and they also have UGM-84. This is the same harpoon that you can see on other weapon platforms, such as some of the cruisers that we've seen, some of the destroyers and the frigates, but these are launched by the submarine. Los Angeles is an attack submarine. It is there as a hunter-killer. This thing kills both submarines and surface targets. You tend to not operate these things together, because a torpedo is really nobody's friend. Once it's lost, or once it's been launched, it has a very decent chance of also hitting your own ship. Sometimes you can still course correct these things. When a torpedo, for example, is wire guided, you can still give instructions, nope, that's not what I want you to target. But sometimes that wire breaks. In that case, you're unable to correct that torpedo. These guys tend to be operating alone. And in this case, it is a bit unusual, I'd say, seeing them fairly close to a carrier. But this is just for the example, showing you what ships are in the game and kind of what their roles are. There's also the bigger submarines. This is a James Madison class ballistic missile submarine. Now, ballistic missiles, at least in its current version of the game, which is Stable 68, it's before the release, this is not actually armed with any of those ballistic missiles. You can see that they do carry all of those hatches on their backs, but they really only have Mark 48 torpedoes, and that's mostly a self-defense measure. So these ballistic missile submarines, right now, I'd say are more of a scenario tool. There's something you can hunt, there's something you can try and hunt with, if it really comes to that. But most of the time they'll try and stay hidden. The same cannot quite be said for the Russian Echo class. The Russian Echo is a guided missile submarine. The difference is, this thing is more of a strategic weapon. It carries the nuclear missiles on its back, capable of devastating whole cities, whereas the Echo is capable of going up against surface groups, using the SSN-3. Now, how is that different from the Los Angeles? Because this thing also carries cruise missiles, right? Yes, it does, but they do launch them slightly different. For example, Los Angeles has these things in their own missile tubes, in their own torpedo tubes. So you can have these 4 tubes either launch a harpoon or a torpedo. The Echo 2 is slightly different. The Echo 2 can launch torpedoes, or they can launch, depending on their launch depth, the SSN-3. So they also carry anti-ship missiles. And with those, they can hit out to 242 miles, so they have very long-range weaponry, making them quite dangerous against surface targets. But, of course, you want to keep your submarine hidden. That's kind of the point of a submarine, staying concealed. And that's something that these guys tend not to do very well, because you can just trace a line back from a ship when there is an SSN-3 Shadok or other anti-ship missile in the air. So let's say that I would have this thing launch. I can launch this missile, and you can see the submarine is going to open a hatch, It's going to prepare the missiles. It's going to come up to the launch depth. And then it's going to launch. The problem with that capability is that you have... I'm not sure it's supposed to surface. Maybe an older type of submarine like this is. But let's say that you are a hostile faction. Your ship is, let's say, over here. You go, hold on. That missile came from somewhere. So I'm going to go and look for something along that line. And that makes submarines, especially guided missile submarines, interesting to use. They can be very, very deadly, but they can also give their position away. If you use one of these boats, I would highly recommend that you now dive as deep as you can below a thermal layer. And once you're there, try and change your course about 90 degrees relative to your last known location, thereby concealing your position. As for the other type, over here I have a Charlie 2 submarine. It is just another guided missile type submarine, but they carry some slightly different missiles. Some Russian boats also carry anti-submarine torpedoes, which are strictly anti-submarine. The Americans don't make a distinction. The Mark 48 can engage anything. These Russian ships, or Russian boats, do that a little different, such as the Set-65. It's only targeting a submarine. And some of these guys also have the smaller Set-40. And the Set-40 is a smaller torpedo, slower range, slower speed, electrical like their counterpart, the heavyweight. But they're launched from the stern, generally, which is something that the Americans don't do. They only have those 4 tubes in the front. The roles and distinctions for American ships, or let's say NATO ships, although it's mostly American ships in this case, are pretty clear. You got your aircraft carrier, you got a cruiser capable of defending the fleet, you have a destroyer capable of defending the fleet from submarines, you have frigates which can basically do a bit of everything, much like the destroyers, although they're typically more geared towards submarine defense. What about the Russians? Well, the Russians do things a little different. This, for example, is a Kiev-class aircraft carrier. Although that's debatable, because an aircraft carrier generally doesn't carry a whole assortment of missiles right on its bow, but the Russians do. So if you're using a Russian ship, this is kind of a hybrid between a cruiser and a carrier. It has some aircraft, so yes, you have a flight deck, and you're capable of launching a couple of aircraft, but not nearly as many as the Americans. At least that's, again, subject to change. But you also have missiles. In this case, you have the SSN-12, which you can see mounted on these large missile tubes here. These SSN-12s have a range of almost 300 miles. The Soviets typically rely on longer range anti-ship missiles, much longer range than the Americans, but their air power is far weaker. So you want to get a first strike in, you want to use those anti-ship missiles. And that is why the Americans have such good anti-air defense, in the form, for example, of these Ticonderoga-class cruisers. These cruisers are defending these formations from all those incoming ships, or rather incoming anti-ship missiles, launched by not only the aircraft from the Russians, but also their ships. Another type of ship that you might find is a missile boat, or a corvette. In this case, it is a torpedo boat. This is a bit of a weird one because it carries an anti-submarine torpedo, so you might typically find these not really in a big scenario, but I'd say in a scenario where you're defending a port. These things are patrolling ports and capable of going after submarines. Beyond that, they're fairly useless. Yes, they have a close-in weapon system they might be able to use to shoot down a missile, but I typically wouldn't use them for that. The Tarantula is something a little different. It is a missile boat, making it smaller than a corvette, or smaller than a frigate, I should say. It is capable of launching anti-ship missiles. And with that, these small boats are capable of punching way above their weight class. Because you might not expect it, but this thing can hit you at 40 miles and then be on its way. These Styx anti-ship missiles are heat seekers, so they just go after something that's hot, such as a ship. They don't need further guidance, so what these guys typically do, these tarantulas, they launch their missiles, they turn around, and they rush away at 41 knots, because their job is at that point basically done. They do carry some anti-air missiles, but the anti-air missiles are basically this guy with his couple of anti-air missile launchers. anti-air launchers. So basically a surface-to-air missile. And it is not particularly strong in that role. It does not carry a whole lot of defensive or offensive capabilities. The Orel is another one of those ships that makes you go, hold on. That's an aircraft carrier, right? Yes, but no. Yes, it's an aircraft carrier, and it has a flight deck pretty similar to what you might find on the American fleet. So it carries a couple of MiG-23s, which are fighters, although they can also be loaded out to do strike missions. They have another one of those aerial recon platforms, much like the Americans do with their E-2C. They have a couple of electronic warfare aircraft. They have helicopters, which are capable of going after targets with anti-submarine warfare buoys, as well as torpedoes. But like the other cruiser that you can see over there, this one also carries missiles right on the flight deck. Yes, you can laugh or you can be confused. They carry them right on the flight deck. So those SSN-19 anti-ship missiles, which are extremely good and very intelligent as well, you can either launch your aircraft or your missiles, but you cannot be launching both at the same time. So in this case, be careful with what those ships can do. They are very, very good, these Orel-class aircraft carriers. Those SSN-19s are extremely dangerous to NATO. And in the meanwhile, this ship can also launch aircraft to defend itself. Finally, you have this thing, the Kirov. The Kirov is basically a floating bunch of missiles with a set of propulsion to it. That's basically what this thing is, and there is no American counterpart to it. This thing carries hundreds of missiles. It carries anti-submarine warfare weapons. It carries its close-in weapon systems. It has a bit of everything, making this, well, it's classed as a missile cruiser. I'd say it's a battle cruiser, because you can deliver a hammer blow to an American carrier group, and they'll be hard-pressed to defend against all those incoming missiles. They carry the same SSN-19 as the Orel-class aircraft carrier that we just saw. They also have their own SAN-6, which is a surface-to-air missile, and they carry two of those different types. So they got 96 of one, 40 of another. I'm not going to go into exactly what the difference is on this particular video. They also have a couple of other type cruise missiles, the SSN-14A. These guys are more geared towards anti-submarines, and they can hit out to 27 miles. Of course, you can't really hit a submarine with a cruise missile, but that's why this missile carries a submarine or anti-submarine torpedo and drops it where you want it. So it can be very, very dangerous in that role as well. What exactly is this thing? It does a bit of everything. It's basically what you put forward as the heart of a Russian battle group. And it defends its allies, it defends the rest of the fleet, and it has serious offensive capabilities. It's not strictly weak against submarines either, because it also carries its own helicopters. It carries 3 of those, and they are brought up onto the flight deck here. So it can do anti-submarine warfare, it can do anti-ship missiles, it can do anti-air, it can do pretty much anything. On top of that, it has very good radars. It is capable of defending itself with close-in weapon systems, for which it has ample platforms. They have a couple of those here. That's 2 per side. They have their own guns, which can also be used in close-range warfare. There's another 2 of those on the port side bow, port side stern, starboard side bow. So this thing is just missiles on missiles on missiles. The risk with this ship is that if it gets hit, you lose a lot of your capabilities. You lose potentially lots and lots of your missile launchers. You lose lots and lots of your offensive and defensive capabilities. And when a ship gets hit, it tends to snowball. Because if your anti-air platform, such as this cruiser can be, suddenly is knocked out, well, good luck. Because the rest of your fleet might not be that well defended. You might also come across this type of ship. It's a landing ship. It is not really a warship. It is sometimes capable of defending itself, but they're more so for scenarios where you are attempting an invasion. Most of the time, they don't actually carry anything, at least not in the current version of the game that I'm running, and they are mostly there as, let's say, targets. If you have an invasion that you are trying to thwart, you could make these things the target of your operation. They do, in this case of the Newport class, they do carry some weapons, but it's mostly for self-defense. So they do have a couple of 76mm guns, they have a 20mm Sea Whiz right there on the bow, and that's it. The Tarawa is a bit different. It is also a landing ship, but it can also do something else. This thing can launch Harriers. AV-8As, it can launch helicopters, it can even launch attack helicopters, which you can load out for close air support, anti-tank, or even air-to-air warfare. So this is a sort of mini aircraft carrier, if you will. And what I've done so far with these things is use them as the leader of a smaller mission. So this would be, for example, a platform that you try and simulate getting closer to a shore. And once you're there, you'll be able to drop off forces. Simulate it. Whether it's going to make it into the game where these things actually sail up to anything and start dropping off troops, I'm not sure if we'll ever get there. I would love it if we do, because that would definitely be very interesting to play around with. But for now, they're basically considered mini carriers, although some of the naval buffs out there might disagree. As for formations and how you position your units, most of the time, the most key element of your units, in this case the aircraft carrier, goes in the heart of your formation. I highly recommend that you make that the formation leader. This way, everything is going to revolve around the formation leader. So in this case, the Eisenhower. If I tell the Eisenhower to change its course and head northeast, not only will the Eisenhower change its course, the escorts will also maintain their position in the formation. Some of them will speed up, some will slow down, some of them will figure out, okay, I need to rush to a noodle site, but whatever they do, they try to maintain their formation. Most of the time, an aircraft carrier will also rely upon its air wing, for example, but let's say that a Kirov is your formation leader. In such a case, a Kirov would be at the heart of your formation. The escort ships are generally positioned, ideally, in a sort of 360-degree perimeter. This way you have anti-air defenses, you have anti-submarine defenses, you have anti-air defenses closer to the carrier, but of course you can change these formations up as you see fit. Let's start out with the ships outside of a formation. I'm going to right-click on the Eisenhower and let's say formation, disband. This is now, all these ships are now single. They don't actually follow any orders other than their own. They're not part of a formation. Now I'm going to turn the Eisenhower into a formation. I'm going to say create formation. And with that, the Eisenhower is now a formation of one. There's one single ship in here. And I can only move the Eisenhower to basically wherever I want in the formation. But since it's the leader, it's not going to do much. So I'm going to rename this as the Eisenhower. The Eisenhower formation. I now want to have this Ticonderoga join that formation. You right-click it, you go formation, formation join, Eisenhower. Yorktown, formation, join formation, Eisenhower. Sacramento, this is a resupply ship. I didn't cover this category because it's basically there as a bit more storytelling of an element. As far as I know, these ships currently don't fulfill any role. Ships don't need to be refueled, they don't need to be rearmed. Well, yes, they do need to be rearmed as you're expending your weapons, but that's not currently part of the game. Right now, if I don't change anything, these ships will maintain their position in the formation where they were. So essentially where I found them. That's not what I want. I want to have these ships slightly in front of the carrier. So I'm going to drag them over to where I want them to be. Of course, this is not where they are. It's going to take them a little bit of time to figure out, okay, sorry, I need to be at a new position. You can see that the Yorktown now takes up its new position. It's currently 10:04, 10:05, and they're expected to arrive at 10:12. Ticonderoga at 10:11, and the Eisenhower just continues on its course. This is the way that you can set up your formations. You can set these formations as you wish, and I do recommend that you experiment with them. Sometimes you want to have ships farther afield, sometimes you want to have them closer together. It depends on the threat, it depends on the scenario. There's a lot of different considerations to go into this. Whatever happens, don't lead with an aircraft carrier, unless something has gone horribly wrong and all your escorts are dead. But ideally, just position your escorts, let's say, a little bit in front of the carrier, and make sure that the carrier stays safe. The heart of your formation, the heart of your battle group should always stay safe. As mentioned, it's not a fully extensive video because I want to keep this thing fairly succinct and keep you at least updated on what ship does what. But this is at least the basis of what ships do. Frigates tend to be all-rounders, but tend to gear towards anti-submarine warfare. Destroyers are more all-rounders. Cruisers, typically air defense, if you're talking about the Americans. Sometimes the Russians refer to these aircraft carriers as cruisers. These are aircraft carrying cruisers. This is a way to get around particular treaties, I believe. And of course you have the landing ships. And you have some escorts, corvettes, or missile boats. These all tend to sort of fall in the same category. They're hit-and-run ships. Launch your missiles, get out. That's basically all that they're supposed to do. I hope you found this video useful. If you have any additions, by all means, leave a comment down below. Help out the other players who are just starting out with this game, because Sea Power is very extensive. It will take you a while to figure out what ship does what, especially with the different doctrines in the game. The NATO ships tend to be generally pretty well specialized. The Russian ships, I would say, not as much, or their specializations are somewhat different. So experiment, try, figure out, learn, make mistakes, learn more. I hope you found it useful. If you did, please hit the like button so that more people can find this video. If you have any questions, please leave them down below in the comments. I might be able to answer those there. And if not, I'll try and make a different video answering your question. Thank you for watching. Please enjoy Sea Power, and good luck out there. Hey there and welcome to this Sea Power tutorial. We're going to be discussing detection and stealth. It's going to be an overview of the various sensors, their usage, and also how you can stay concealed. Insofar that is possible in this game of radar. Now, let's go over the various ways you can detect another unit. Currently I'm operating with this Ticonderoga class cruiser. Over here I have a freighter. If you look at the tactical display here, you can see it says merchant and then V. V says visual. That's your first way of detecting something. You just look out the window and you go, hold on. There's something over there, and over there it's very tiny, but you can just make out that freighter. This is one way to detect it. Of course, the bigger the target, the easier it is to detect. Now, you can have your ship itself go out there and try and detect something. If you don't want to do that, you can also tell somebody else to go out there and detect something. Something like a helicopter. Because losing a helicopter is generally, let's say it's a bit sad, because it is a useful asset and they are manned by brave pilots, but it is better to lose just a helicopter than to lose your whole ship. So what I have done now is launch my helicopter, and right now I don't want to be detected just yet. I just want to send out my helicopter and have a look at what else is out there. Because there is another ship out here, fairly close, and it is a sampan. It's a small fishing boat. But because it is so small, it's going to take a little bit longer to actually get a detection on. So visual, while one of the systems that you can use, there it is. It is one of the systems that you can use to detect something, but it's a bit of a last resort. Because this means, hold on, there is something there, but of course if this is within 20 miles of my ship, and my helicopter only picked it up at about 6.5 miles, that means that it's probably within weapons range at that point. So you better not have to wait until such a moment. It also says meager. This means it's a small visual contact. We don't exactly know what it is. And the smaller a contact is, or the smaller a ship is, the smaller a plane is, or the smaller a helicopter, the more difficult it will be to detect. So only when I get closer does the game go, ah, yes, it's a sampan. It's a very, very small ship. Especially compared, of course, to that merchant or my Ticonderoga. That is one way to detect things. But what about radar? I've reloaded the scenario and this merchant is still detectable because it is so close. Now, when I go over here to the bottom right hand side, I have MCON, and over here you can select all the sensors that you want active. In this case, I'm going to turn on my surface search radar. And you can see that the merchant now changes to V/R, and it's not virtual reality. That is visual and radar. So we have them on more than one detection platform. We have them both spotted and we have them on radar. But where's the sampan? Well, the sampan is so small that it's not getting picked up by radar. It doesn't have a large enough profile. This cargo ship has a very large profile. The sampan does not. So once again, I'm going to launch my helicopter to try and assist with the detection. The helicopter is now on its way northeast. Again, this is where the sampan is supposedly going to be. And I have turned off the radar on the Ticonderoga. The cruiser is now under what they call EMCON, emission control. It is not making any electronic noise. The helicopter, however, at almost 6,000 feet, has essentially a better vantage. This radar dish is higher up, and because of that it might be able to detect things from much farther away, because the radar from the Ticonderoga can only go to the horizon and essentially no farther. So let's see what the surface search on this unit picks up, and there we go. There's the sampan. I can again see it's a radar echo meager, so it's a small contact. It's not going to be a very big thing, so most likely not a warship. And the helicopter has picked it up at about 10.5 mile range. So your radar in this case is a bit safer to use, rather than just waiting for your visual detection. Another way to detect other contacts is by using their radar. This is called electronic support measures, and some units have them, not all units do. So in this case I have added an Oliver Hazard Perry, which is assisting the Ticonderoga in the battle group. This is also why you want to have multiple different types of ships in a battle group, because they can assist each other and sort of fill each other's gaps. Looking at the Ticonderoga, this thing only has the optics, so basically looking at a window, an air search radar again, a surface search radar, and a hull-mounted sonar. It cannot detect the incoming radar signatures from other units. This one, the Oliver Hazard Perry class frigate, so this ship over here, can. And it can detect the bands of various different radars, but that's too in-depth for right now. Basically what this is saying, hey, there is a radar out there, I just don't exactly know where it is. But I do know that it's somewhere within that ellipsis. And based on the type of radar that I'm detecting, which is a fantail big bulge type radar, that has to be from a Tu-95 RT. The last time we detected that was, well, right now, because the radar is active. And the first time we detected that was basically a second ago, so it's a very, very short loop. And this way, they might not know where I am, because I'm quite far away, but I know more or less where they are, and I have not given my position away. And giving your position away in Sea Power is critical. It can mean the difference between life and death, especially if you are not detected yet. You throw on your radar, you might get detected, and all of a sudden you see a whole bunch of missiles coming in. So electronic support measures just means basically staying quiet. I'm not using a helicopter, I'm not using my own radar, and most likely, the enemy has not detected me yet. Keep in mind though, not all ships can do that. In this case the Perry, yes, they have that system. The Ticonderoga does not. So again, emphasis on having different types of units in a surface action group definitely helps. It's like having different tools in your toolkits. Another way of detecting things is using sonar, and this is where things can get a little complex, because there is a lot of the stuff that you can know, and some of it you need to know about detecting things with sonar. Sonar is basically listening. It's sound, navigation, and ranging. So with that, you're able to detect something, and you're able to find a range on it, if you have enough time to listen in on it. At the moment, I have the Ticonderoga over here, and I have an Oliver Hazard Perry class frigate. This thing is mostly specialized in anti-submarine warfare. So this is going to be a very useful asset when dealing with submarines. If you have a look over here at the bottom right hand side under EMCON, I'm currently under EMCON conditions. I'm not making any noise with the radar. I am going to, however, make noise with the active sonar. I want to send an active sound wave into the water. And then you hear that weep, and that's the sonar. So you're basically pinging a front of the ship and potentially having that sound wave bounce off of something, like a submarine, coming back, and then you have a detection. And you go, okay, there's something out there. That's one way of using sonar. Active sonar, at least in my experience with the game so far, has really rarely yielded a contact. Passive sonar is much more reliable. And passive sonar is basically just listening. Having a couple of sensors in the water in order to try and detect something. Now the Ticonderoga also comes with active sonar, so I can turn that on. And beyond that, they don't really have much. Passive sonar, which they do have, is on all the time. This is both an active sonar, medium frequency active, and passive. You can see that at passive range I can detect a 35 kilometer range. At active I can only detect a 20 kilometer range. So passive in this case is more likely to yield results. However, the sonar array is in the bow of the ship. Behind the ship, you got the propellers right there on the aft. So this means that behind myself, I cannot really detect anything. But what if you could? And that's what the Perry can do. Because the Perry has a towed sonar array. You can deploy this towed sonar array. And over here you can see that it is coming out of the ship. Right there. Now, you have two options with a sonar array. Or rather, towed array in this case. You can deploy it above the layer or below the layer. Imagine, if you will, that the sea, and at least on some locations, is carved up into various layers. Some layers are warmer, or some layers are more salty than others. And this means that sometimes you cannot detect anything below a layer. It's like you have a sort of, like a physical layer in the ocean. You cannot detect something below the layer unless it's making a lot of noise. Similarly, something below the layer cannot really detect something above the layer unless it is making a lot of noise. Now, in this case, my towed array is streamed. So I have this large sonar array behind the ship, which is just listening. You can see it's still being streamed. There's still more coming off of it. Some submarines also have this towed array to just try and listen behind themselves. Because, like surface ships, they only have sonar arrays in the bow. And basically behind them, they're pretty deaf. When it comes to sonar, you also want to be traveling not too fast. Because the faster you travel, the more noise you make, and the faster that set of hydrophones is dragged through the water. Or the faster the set of hydrophones over there is pushed through the water. So in this case, it definitely helps to slow down. I'm going to detach the Perry from this formation. I'm going to tell it to slow down to 1/3. At that point, I am not making as much noise. And hey, what is that? Now, because I have already used the dev tool in this scenario to make sure this thing is on weapons hold, you can actually immediately see what it is. It's a Victor 2. But the Perry actually doesn't know that yet. All we know is that this thing is a submerged contact, and that is indicated by the S. We had V for visual, we had S for sonar, and we had the R for radar. You also had the E for emissions, so that was the Tu-95 with their active radar. The Perry, at the moment, has lost the track as it's trying to identify it. But as it's doing so, it's increasing speed, trying to get up to 23 knots, which I don't really want to do. So I'm going to slow it right back down. And as we're going to slow down, I will be able to detect the submarine again. This, however, is a bit limited in its efficiency, because it means that that submarine is within 8 miles of my frigate. Most submarines have weapons which can shoot farther than that. In this case, they have a weapon out to 27 miles. So this submarine, if it wanted me dead, it would have shot already. And it probably would have killed me already as well. Yep, we know it's a hostile submerged submarine now. As you are maneuvering, you might also sometimes lose the contact. In this case, I sort of know where it is, or rather where it was, but I don't have an active detection on it. That also has to do with that sonar array. It is not like a steel cable dragging directly behind the ship. I'm trying to show you, it's at an angle right now, so I'm going to have to kind of wait until that sonar array levels out, and then I might be able to detect it again. But what if I don't want to wait for my towed array to detect something? What if I want to be a bit more active about my detections? That's where the helicopters comes in. In this case, I have an SH-2F, so a Sea Sprite, much akin to the one on the Ticonderoga, and it is armed with sonobuoys. These are basically passive sonar systems that you drop into the water. So if I tell this helicopter to go here, I can then have it drop a sonobuoy. You do that by clicking over here, and then right-clicking where you want that sonobuoy to be deployed. The sonobuoy is then going to just kind of sit there and listen, and tell you what it hears. So it's like an off-platform sensor. It is not attached to the ship, and it can transmit to the ship, but it cannot do anything beyond that. It cannot shoot at anything, it doesn't carry torpedoes, it is just a sensor. Now, in previous versions of this game, and this is important to know if you have seen previous videos, you could detect surface ships with sonobuoys. That is no longer the case. You can no longer detect you can no longer detect surface ships with sonobuoys. And that means it's not just dropping a whole net of sonar buoys in front of you and hoping that you can hear the enemy. Realism, I don't think is... Well, I don't think it's that realistic. However, for gameplay purposes, I fully understand, because it was a bit too easy. The helicopter's now going to drop that sonar buoy. There we go. Buoy away. The buoy is now in the water. And it's basically a sonar with a buoy. So it has something above the water and it's capable of detecting things. And hello, there you are again. So now I can detect this submarine again. Even if my Oliver Hazard Perry, my frigate, isn't actively detecting it. And what you want to do if you have a group of ships and you're trying to, let's say, head, in this case, generally north. What you want to do is make sure that you have sonar buoys in front of your formation. That is where the helicopters are an immense asset. Because they can do that. They can drop sonar buoys in front of your group. So what I'm going to do now is just deploy a couple of sonar buoys in the general direction of travel of that Ticonderoga. And as long as you're within 15 miles, so 15 miles of a sonar buoy, you will be able to use it as a detection platform. Now, I happen to know that there was a submarine there. But this can happen. That all of a sudden, you suddenly detect something. And you go, hold on. That is actually quite close. That's 11 miles out from my Ticonderoga, or whatever other surface unit you have. This can be quite dangerous. So, in case of submarine or anti-submarine warfare, definitely use sonar buoys often. Drop them, use them to listen, and maybe you'll catch a submarine. You never know. Another way of detecting submarines is using the MAD, the Magnetic Anomaly Detector. The way it works is that the Earth has its own magnetic field. And a submarine is large enough to cause a disruption between the Earth magnetic field and the sensor over there. So the sensor's suddenly going, hold on. There's something down there. There's something interfering with my general detection. Now, in this case, I'm going to have to fly directly over that submarine in order to find it. But once you fly over it with a MAD, you instantly know where it is. Unfortunately, I'm not picking it up anymore between the Perry and the sonar buoy. So first, I'm going to have to drop another sonar buoy, because I know it's generally within this direction. But I don't exactly know where it is. So we're going to have to find it first. Drop a sonar buoy there. And there he is. Now I have him on sonar, the S. So now I'm going to go and fly over him to have an exact confirmation of its position. Important to note is that you have to be low with these helicopters. Generally, with most MAD equipment, that is. So I'm going to go down to 20 feet. It's about 8 meters above the water. And that's when the MAD sensor gets streamed behind the helicopter. It's now being torn along, or towed along the helicopter, essentially. It's not into the water, but it's kind of close. And what I'm going to do now is fly over this thing to get a confirmation. And once I do, you'll see that this thing is going to get not only an S, but it's going to get another letter. Of course, we already have it fully identified right now, so that's a bit of a bonus. There. S/M. Magnetic Anomaly, semi-small. So there's something down there that's giving off enough of a, let's say, a metallic signature that is interfering with the Earth magnetic field. And that is another way that you can detect submarines. Of course, the magnetic anomaly detector is not that efficient. It is not like you'll be able to just calm an entire area like that, because your helicopter has fuel. And the longer that you fly it, the closer, or the smaller that circle becomes. And at some point, you will have to go back to your mothership, or your airbase, and try and get some additional fuel. Sonar buoys are generally the first way of detecting something, such as a submarine. And the magnetic anomaly detector is more there as a confirmation way. So you're flying over where that submarine is supposedly going to be. And then you can get that confirmation using the magnetic anomaly detector. So, recap, we have visual. Basically looking out a window and going, hold on, there's something there. You have radar, which is, I am using my own radar to detect something. I can use the surface search, I can use the air search. And when I do that, I suddenly get a better detection on this Tu-95, because it's now radar, and I get a large detection from that merchant. So that's the radar option. I can also just use the electronic signals measurements, which is the E, by basically not doing anything. Just having that on a ship. You don't have to turn it on, you don't have to use a sensor for it, it just happens. And then there's sonar. Sonar is listening in with either sonar buoys, with the towed array, with the active sonar. Some helicopters have a dipping sonar, which is basically a sonar array on a cable that you just dip into the water. And then there's also the magnetic anomaly detector. How do you prevent getting detected when all of these platforms and all of these sensors are available? Let's move on to that. How do you stay concealed in this game? How do you stay undetected? First thing, don't use your radar. In this case, I am under MCON. I'm not using my air search radar, I'm not using my surface search radar, I'm not using my active sonar. I can use a towed decoy in case I suspect there's a submarine, but I've since removed those from this particular mission. What I'm going to do now is use a helicopter. I'm going to use a helicopter as a sort of off-ship radar platform and use that to make sure that I have a radar in the air, but not where the ship is. If I activate my radar now, the enemy, which is due to my north, knows that there's something out here, because their own ESM, their own electronic support measures, are detecting my helicopter. So what I want to do is present a sort of offset radar signature. I want to make sure that I'm at least some distance away from my main ships. So in this case, I'm about, let's say, 6 miles out. I'm going to go to about, let's say, 20, 25 miles out. That means that if somebody gets trigger happy and decides to send a wave of anti-ship missiles after my helicopter, they will miss. Because there's nothing here. There are no ships around. So now that I'm 16 miles out? Yeah, I think that's acceptable. I'm going to go up to a higher altitude. I'm going to go up to 6,000 feet. And the higher I am, the better my chances of detection are going to be. There's the sampan, still out there. I'm at 3,000 feet now. 4,000. 5,000. Neutral merchant has been identified. 6,000 feet. I am now 20 miles away from the Ticonderoga. Now I'm going to activate my surface search. And this means that it is possible that the enemy, which is, again, due north, knows that there is a radar signature here. Because I'm using my radar, so I can now be detected on their electronic support measures. Sometimes, if the enemy is really trigger happy, they might immediately send a surface-to-air missile after you. Because they know, hold on, that's an American air radar, it's mounted on a Sea Sprite, Sea Sprite's not friendly, we're going to shoot it down. So what I want to do is activate this radar for a couple seconds and then turn it off. Make sure you have that radar off. I'm going to go right back down in case I'm getting engaged. And I'm going to fly in a different direction. This way, if there is a missile coming for me, I have done at least as much as possible to try and avoid the death of this helicopter. Not entirely avoidable, but I can try at least. I'm going to move a couple of, let's say, miles or a couple of dozen miles, depending upon what sort of safety margin you want to keep up with. And I'm going to pop up. I'm going to go right back up to 6,000 feet. And I'm going to go slightly farther west. There. Now I'm going to activate my radar. I can still detect the sampan. I'm still not detecting anything else. And again, the enemy might now be confused. Because imagine what happened. I had my radar active here. I have my radar active here. They know it's a Sea Sprite radar. That's most likely going to be detected by their electronic support measures. But, hold on. It came from here? Let's say the enemy's over there. First they're going, hold on, it came from there. And then they're going, wait, what? I'm now detecting it there? It could be the same helicopter, but they don't know that. So I'm trying to create confusion on their part by just popping up in different locations with my radar and then going right back down, turning the radar off and relocating to another position. This way, you're trying to make yourself unpredictable. Whereas if I had my Ticonderoga go active with its radar all the time, that would most likely be detected. Military radars are very powerful, much more powerful than civilian radars, and because of that, it is basically saying, hey, here I am. Imagine using your own radar as trying to find somebody in a field at night with a flashlight. You can potentially see, I don't know, 50 meters or 100 feet in front of you with a very strong flashlight, but that flashlight will get detected from potentially a mile away or a kilometer and a half. So in that case, it is kind of risky to use your radar, and that's why I'm using the radar on the Sea Sprite and not the Ticonderoga, because I don't want to get attacked. I'm now at about 3,000 feet. I'm going to briefly activate the surface search again, and I'm still not detecting anything. But what has happened for the enemy now is that, hold on, now there's something there. If the enemy is indeed here, they're going, what the hell? Why is there another detection? Why is there another helicopter out there? Well, you don't really know if it's the same helicopter or another one. We just know that something is out there. So it is possible that it's the same helicopter, but unless helicopters transmit a very significant or distinct radar, it's not likely that you'll instantly have them, oh, hello, identified. There's a meager contact out there. 15 miles. Now, I can't spot it, but my helicopter pilot is somehow eagle-eyed and can see it at 15 miles out. So I'm going to try and get a brief confirmation with the surface search. And there we go, V/R. Unfortunately, I don't exactly know what it is. It can be anything of 26 plus 5 additional contacts, so I don't know. Let's try and investigate. Go MCON. So I'm once again going undetected, or at least trying to go undetected, although they might have me on their detection as well. In this case, there we go. We visually identified it as a Grisha 3 frigate. If you have a ship fully identified, you can then have a look at the unit model and go, hold on, that radar isn't spinning, that radar isn't spinning, they're not using radar. But I know exactly where it is. In this case, that Grisha, with its SAN-4 surface-to-air missile, can't do anything. I'm 12.5 miles out, he only has a range of 8, he can't shoot me. He might know that I'm there, but he can't shoot me. Unfortunately for him, I can shoot him. And that I can do without getting detected. Because I never got detected using the radar on the Ticonderoga. I just used the radar on the Sea Sprite. But the Ticonderoga has the RGM-84, harpoons. And I can now send a salvo of harpoons going off against this particular Grisha. So that's a way that you can stay undetected and still use your weapons, throwing out those missiles without getting detected. In this case, however, the enemy could go, hold on, I'm detecting missiles. I'm going to say those missiles came from somewhere, right? They came from over there. So what I'm going to do now with the Ticonderoga and the Oliver Perry is go all ahead flank and turn 90 degrees right, 90 degrees starboard, change the position of where the ships are. So that if this Grisha, and it's not really armed with anti-ship missiles, if this thing was armed with anti-ship missiles and it fires a snapshot, or it fires a missile right back at basically where those missiles came from, there's a chance that these two ships will survive. As for the survival of the Grisha, yeah, I kind of doubt that. It's trying to throw up a bit of chaff. It's trying to shoot my missiles down, but I very much doubt that it's going to actually get away with this. We're going to have one hit, potentially two, maybe three more. There's one, there's two. Yeah, they're definitely going to be dead. And there's three. Extreme damage on the Grisha. Ship eliminated. So I did this without getting detected. When it comes to sonar, however, the faster I move, the more noise I make. So for submarines, I am now becoming an easy target. And this is always where it's going to be a trade-off. Do you want to be fast but loud? Or do you want to be slow but quiet? And there is no real easy rule for that. So you're going to have to play around with that as per the conditions that you find in a particular scenario. Sometimes you might want to go fast. Sometimes you might want to creep along. For example, in a submarine, you want to be slow. You want to be silent. You want to be unexpected. As for your own ships, MCON is critical. Keep your air search and surface search off for as long as possible. The caveat with that, you might not see incoming threats. And that is a problem. Let me fire up another scenario. In this scenario, which you can find as the gauntlet scenario, I am just not going to use any radar whatsoever. I'm not going to use my aircraft, I'm just going to stay undetected. Or at least I'm going to not use any active sensors. And that can be extremely dangerous. Because I know in this scenario there's a flight of aircraft coming to you. If you are unable to detect said aircraft, you can instantly find yourself getting blown up. Where did that come from? Beats me. But one of my ships suddenly violently exploded. So in this case, it can be very, very dangerous to sail under MCON conditions. Let me try that again. This time around, I'm going to activate my air search and my surface search, and potentially I'll be able to detect some stuff, such as, I don't know, a couple of MiGs. And once I do, I'll be able to take evasive action, or at least offensive action against it. Right now, nothing there yet. Of course, normally you would also be launching your helicopter and using that as a radar picket in the way that I've just explained. But what if I don't have that? What if I just rely upon the sensors from one of these ships? When are they going to arrive? There. Look at how far I'm detecting them now. We are getting a detection at 65 miles. Now, this ship, or this aircraft, is doing 600 knots, which is way faster than a commercial airliner. There's two of them flying in a formation, and they're coming directly for me. So, in that case, you can be fairly certain that they're both hostile. And now I can activate my own defenses. I can use the Standard Missile 1, and the Standard Missile 1 has a range of 24 miles. That might still not be enough to shoot them down in time. I don't think that the Holt has a whole lot better, although, well, they've got the rim 7. They can shoot out to 10 miles. Still, we know that these are hostiles approaching fast, 50 miles out. There's also something else. There's another flight, which we also detected at about 70 miles out. I'm going to tell my ship to go weapons free. And if these things get into range, my ship will immediately begin to engage them. We're about to hit that point. 27 miles out. The problem, however, is I am constantly radiating with the radar. I'm constantly giving up signatures going, hey, hello, here I am. There we go, there's one missile away. Here I am, come get me. So if you're facing, let's say, a more powerful Russian warship, which has missiles up to 300 nautical mile range, it's possible that they'll shoot you from way over the horizon without you even ever knowing that there was anything there. And this is always where activating your radar or not activating your radar is a bit of a dilemma. Do you activate early and risk getting detected, or do you activate too late and find yourself at the mercy of the enemy weapon systems? Looks like we're going to get one kill. Is the other missile going to get the other aircraft downed? Maybe. Yep, there we go. Job done. So in this case, I splashed those MiGs before they even got within weapons range. I can do that with the other ones as well, but there is definitely a risk of getting attacked if you do this. Again, I cannot really offer a quick do this every time and you'll win every time solution, because there isn't any. Sometimes you want to be aggressive with your radar and you will just want to have your air search and surface search on. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you want to stay concealed, and sometimes you want to just wait out the enemy, have them make the first mistake by activating their radars, and then have them get killed off first by your weapon systems. It all depends on the platform, it depends on the mission, it depends on your opportunities and your choices in any given scenario. Now, I hope that this was useful to you. If you have any additions, please let me know down below in the comments. I am, again, not going to be able to do a complete overview in this video because it would last for several hours, and there's, again, not really any one rule for do this every time, although having a radar picket, so a helicopter that you pop up every now and then, definitely helps. It is almost always a good idea to have that. As with that, thank you for watching. I hope you found it useful. If you have any questions, leave those down below in the comments. If you have any additions, leave those too. for other people so we can get a more concise and more effective tutorial. And good luck on the high seas of sea power. Hey there, and welcome to this tutorial on Sea Power's weapon systems. There are a lot of weapons in the game, and this video, although it be brief, I'm going to try and give an extensive overview of the weapon systems that you can find in the game. Thankfully, the game's systems do explain most of these weapons quite well. If you right-click on a unit and go to unit reference, you can see the unit reference card, and with that you can see most of the missiles and most of the weapon systems and see what they do and see what they are. But here's the quick overview. Essentially, we have a couple of different weapon systems aboard these ships. In the case of this aircraft carrier, I have the RIM-7. This is a surface-to-air missile. So the first weapon type is missiles. It can be a surface-to-surface type missile, so from one ship to another ship. It can be a surface-to-air ship missile, so from a surface ship to an aircraft. It can be from an aircraft to a ship. It can be from an aircraft to an aircraft. You have all types of different missiles. Let's start out with the anti-ship missile. In this case, it's going to be a Harpoon, as launched by this Ticonderoga class cruiser. The Harpoon is a radar-guided missile. This means it has its own radar guidance. It's active radar homing. It has an own radar in the seeker cone of the missile. This has advantages, because it means you can launch that thing without having to use your own radar. In this case, I have an aircraft up here. This is Bluetail 1. It's an E2C, and it is actually spotting the ships over there. I got a merchant and an alligator. They need to go. So all you need to do, once you have that thing detected, is select the Ticonderoga and have your missile. So click either left click and then right click, or right click on the missile button, and you can either do single shot, salvo 2, 4, or 8. I think a single shot right now will do, as we're trying to get rid of this merchant. Of course, the bigger the ship, the more missiles it might need. Now, the easiest way to go about it is just to right-click the target. This way, the missile is going to launch. Once you have that missile in the air, in this case of the Harpoon, I can't actually interact with it. I can have a look at it, I can see how fast it's going, I can see where it's going, and because I have turned on map layers, weapon seekers, I can see what it is trying to spot. So I can see how wide its search cone is. If something happens to be found inside of that search cone, it will engage it. Therein also lies the problem, to some extent. Because this means that if something is not inside the seeker cone, the missile is going to try and look for something beyond that. So let's say that this missile happens to not find this merchant, but instead finds another civilian target behind it, it will try and kill that. So this seeker cone is definitely a very important thing to note. How far can my missiles see and what can they shoot? Moving on to the second type of missile, the air-to-air missile. There's a couple of different variants of these, because we have a couple of different ways of engaging other aircraft. In this case, this F-14 has an AIM-9L. This is a relatively short range at 9 miles, heat-seeking missile. It just looks for something warm, something really hot, like an engine. And once it finds that, it's going to try and kill it. It's going to try and just jam the missile right into that point. There's no way to mid-course correct these things. There's no way to change where they're going. This is an infrared air-to-air missile. The challenge with these things is, if you're in a situation where you have several of your own aircraft, they might go after your own aircraft if they happen to miss one target and then go for another. The second type that we have is the AIM-7 Sparrow. Now, the Sparrow is a different type of missile in that it has semi-active radar homing. This means that the missile itself has no radar, but the aircraft does. This F-14 has its own radar. So as long as I'm painting this this Tu-95 with my own radar, by having my own radar active, I can use the AIM-7. If I turn that radar off, I'll not be able to use it because it needs a radar source, so rather a radar return signal. So I'm bouncing my radar off of the Tu-95, and that's where the missile is going. And then you got the AIM-54. This is active radar homing, so very similar to the RGM-84 in the sense that it has its own radar and will look for targets all by itself. but it has radio command mid-course correction. And this means that this missile can be guided onto a target. So let's launch an AIM-54. In this case, I only carry one of them. I'm going to launch that against that aircraft over there. Once you do engage with an aircraft, it goes into combat mode, so that's why I tossed the drop tank, and there's the missile. You can now see that the status of the F-14 here is guiding AIM-54A. All the time that you're guiding this thing, you need to keep your nose at the target. And for the AIM-7Ms, this is especially true, because the moment that you turn your radar away, you'll not be able to use the aircraft's radar in order to illuminate the target. So in that case, you won't be able to engage that, or you won't be able to turn that missile into a missile that actually goes after a target. Of course, I can tell this aircraft to change course right now, but it will refuse, because it's still guiding the AIM-54. At this point, the AIM-54 also says, yep, I'm linked, and now it says I'm no longer linked. I have lost connection. But I do have my own radar, and now it's looking for a target. So that's the seeker cone of the AIM-54. And at this point, that Tu-95 is getting mighty worried, as well it should. So the initial part was the aircraft guiding the missile, and then the aircraft decided to change course. The missile said, okay, sorry, I don't know where the target is anymore, but I have my own radar, so I'm going to find it all by myself. Regarding air-to-surface missiles, in this case, an air-launched anti-ship missile. There are a couple of different ones. They work pretty much the same way as you have seen before. In this case, I carry the AS-4. It's a very big missile, but I only carry one of them. This is very, very straightforward. Active radar homing, range 100 miles to 180. So this AS-4 Kitchen, or the KH-22, supersonic standoff anti-ship missile. Very straightforward. The only thing you need to do is tell it where to go. I want you to kill this. The missile says, okay, goodbye. And you can turn your aircraft around. You don't have to guide this thing, you don't have to talk to it anymore. You can just strike and have the bombers go back to base. That does make these things very potent. Now, when it comes to missiles, or rather defending against missiles, the problem can be, can you fire enough of them? Can you fire enough missiles to overwhelm the anti-ship missile defenses? The anti-missile defenses, or rather, the missile defenses that ships have. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. It depends upon the situations, but it's, well, there's a lot of ifs and buts. Let's not go into that this time around. Time for the next missile type, surface-to-air missiles. Anything that is airborne can be targeted by a surface-to-air missile. The question is it in range? If not, try to get into range, and otherwise, well, you're just going to be looking at that target unless you send some other platform after it. What I've added this time around is a Kirov-class battlecruiser, and this guy over here is most likely going to be spotting us. That's the Tu-95. That means that the Kirov will have launched all of its missiles at my aircraft carrier group. They know exactly where I am. I know that the Kirov is somewhere towards the north, so now I have to defend myself. Seeing as I happen to know where the threat's going to come from, I'm going to reorient my battle group. So I'm going to go formation, edit formation. I want to have all my missile-capable ships up front. I want to have the Ticonderoga and the Yorktown over there, and the Sacramento can stay back, because that's, well, it's a logistics ship. It doesn't really have many defenses all of its own, although this one does come with the RIM 7. As long as you are capable of detecting the missiles in time, you should be able to defend against it. So if you know that there's a threat inbound, and the game kind of gives it away when there's a missile in the sky, because the time acceleration will not go faster than 10 times. So in that case, turn on your radars and go, hold on. There is some threat, and I should now be very, very worried. Of course, if you are more advanced, then yes, you can go for electronic warfare against it, but that is covered in another tutorial, a separate tutorial. So we're not going to go into that right now. For now, all you need to know is that we have anti-ship missiles coming towards us. An anti-ship missile is an airborne unit, and as such can be targeted by anti-air missiles or surface-to-air missiles. It is... There we go. We already got a warning. It is not something that you can shoot with, for example, a Tomcat. It's not like an aircraft is going to go after it. you unfortunately cannot send a wave of Tomcats with missiles to go after these anti-ship missiles. But hey, we did at least pick them up early, and that means we can start to defend ourselves against it. Your ships will defend themselves automatically, as long as they are set to weapons tight or weapons free. Weapons tight means defend yourself. Weapons free means go on the offense, so any anti-ship missiles that you have, shoot those. Weapons hold means don't shoot anything. There's an anti-ship missile coming in, tough. You're just going to have to tank it, which in this case means almost never. Tanking anti-ship missiles is essentially not a factor. Now, this is also a nice time to show you what these SSN-19s can do. These are anti-ship missiles that are active radar homing, so they do go for a large target. But these SSN-19s are very clever. Unlike harpoons, they talk to each other. And they figure out, okay, dude, you're going to take the left target, I'm going to take the right target, I'm going to take that target. One of these tends to stay up a little higher than the others. And it tends to try and sort of talk to the others and talk them onto a target. At some point, even that missile is going to go dipped lower and is going to go for the target. So we're going to accelerate until the point where my missile defenses are going to start acting. At this point, the missiles probably have my surface group detected, and there we go. My missiles are already coming off of the ships. My ships are defending themselves against those incoming missiles. So we got the longest range missiles going out, the SM-2MR, and you can see what they're trying to hit. Track 7004, which is the lead anti-ship missile here. Then you can also see by the green lines that there are additional missiles coming in, and they are immediately getting engaged. But we haven't detected all these anti-ship missiles yet, so we cannot defend against all of them at the same time, at least not yet. But give it a minute. Unfortunately, an anti-ship missile threat such as this, where the Kirov fires its whole battery, is difficult to defend against. It's not impossible, but you do need a fairly sizable group of missile-capable ships in order to deal with all of those tracks. So you can definitely see that my ships are trying to throw as many missiles into the sky, and you can see that some of these are getting intercepted. One of them has been intercepted, that was 7004, so that initial track. You will also miss. Some of your missiles cannot find their target. Some of your missiles are going to go, okay, I don't know where to go. And as such, they will... There we go. We might get that one. They'll just miss. So you'll likely be spending more missiles defending yourself from incoming anti-ship missiles than there are anti-ship missiles. For example, if there are 16 anti-ship missiles coming in, you might fire 25 or 30 interceptors against it. Some ships are very good at reloading those missiles. Some of them are not. The RIM-7, for example, takes about 30 minutes to reload. So in that case, you can only launch what you have available, which is generally 8 of them, and then it's good luck after that. What you'll also see these ships do is use their guns. Guns are fairly lackluster when dealing with incoming ship missiles or incoming missiles of any type, but sometimes they get lucky. They can also be used against aerial targets in a pinch. If these missiles continue to close and are not getting intercepted, you will see another weapon type join the fray, which is the close-in weapon system. You can see even the carriers launching missiles now. There's just one big blob of missiles going back and forth. We did get that one, but there are a lot more coming. Let's see if this one's going to get close. You saw that this one made a course correction. It has decided to go for something else. It decided to go for the biggest target right there, the carrier. Lovely active radar homing. My missiles have missed. And I think at this point we will see the CWIS take action. There. CWIS, close-in weapon system. You can see one here. That's a close-in weapon system. That's the Phalanx. Different types for different ships. And it's just basically trying to put up a wall of lead. Trying to throw as many rounds at that one missile as possible. And trying to stop it. But unfortunately, it did not work. It is, however, still trying to defend against another missile. And it did splash that one just off the carrier. So the carrier got lucky and did not get hit again. But having been hit twice, this is quite likely the end of the carrier. At any rate, surface-to-air missiles against incoming missiles, you don't have to worry about those. Your ships will most of the time do that automatically. When it comes to an aerial target, if a ship is set to weapons tight
and an aircraft ventures into their range, they will not shoot it, because shooting another unit is considered an offensive action. So in that case, you'll have to go weapons free, and the ship will engage enemy aircraft as they're closing in. Now in this case, the Russians definitely pulled a number on us. The Chandler is down. Yorktown is fine, but Ticonderoga is dead. McCluskey is dead. The carrier is most likely not going to survive, having sustained heavy hull damage. They're probably in dire straits. So this missile strike from the Russians inflicted a lot of damage. Didn't fully make this battle group inactive or ineffective. But, I mean, since the key of the ship, or the key of the battle group is dead, the carrier, yeah, it's not that likely to survive. Moving on to torpedoes. I have the K218 over here. This is a Victor III class attack submarine. My target, a liner, is in front of me. I can engage this target using torpedoes, but some of these torpedoes have different ways of using them. So for example, the 6576 is a wake homing torpedo. It doesn't actually listen for the ship, it tries to find its wake. And the wake of the ship is that large amount of splash behind it, which I think in sea power should be far bigger, but this is what we have right now. These wake homing torpedoes are not great in my experience, because they tend to miss more often than not. Also, you have to keep in mind, don't launch a torpedo or a missile where the target is. Launch where it's going. You're trying to hit the spot where it's going to go. If I want to have a better chance of engaging, I best use the USET-80. This is an active/passive sonar homing torpedo. So this means it has an active sonar and a passive sonar, and it can listen to targets all by itself, and it can also ping targets all by itself using active sonar. This torpedo can be used in two roles. It can be used in anti-submarine and anti-surface, so it's very versatile in that sense. There's also something called a dumbfire torpedo. These are typically the older torpedoes along the spectrum. They don't have any guidance. You just send them out in front of the submarine or the launching vessel, most of the time a torpedo boat, and you hope for the best. If you managed to intercept the target, then congratulations, you've just killed something. If you didn't, your torpedo is going to sail past harmlessly. In this case, I want to engage that particular target there, that liner, with one torpedo. So let's go with one torp and send it after that liner. The bow door is going to open. The torpedo is going to sail right after that target. Now, these 6576s are known as carrier killers. They're extremely big torpedoes, and that also means you don't carry a whole lot of them. Let's see what this wake homer is going to do. It is, of course, not nearly as fast as a missile, because it's only doing 50 knots, and this means it will take quite a lot more time to catch up to targets. This is also where torpedoes have a bit of a caveat that missiles generally don't have, or at least not as much. If your target is running away, now I wouldn't call this liner running away, but let's say I'm trying to hunt this aircraft carrier, and this aircraft carrier goes ahead flank, then it's running away at 25 knots, and some ships can go even faster than that. So if I'm trying to send a torpedo after this carrier, it's gonna not only have to maneuver all the way there, but it'll also have to catch up to it. So it's gonna have to close the distance between the submarine and the aircraft carrier now, and then the distance that, let's say, the aircraft carrier has moved since the last time that you launched that weapon. So in that case, you might not have enough juice on your torpedo, and it might run out of fuel. When it does, your torpedo just harmlessly explodes and does nothing. So when you're launching torpedoes, keep in mind what is their active range. And ideally have a bit of a margin of error. So let's say that I am intending to use the USET-80. I have a range of 9.72 miles. I'm going to go over here to drawing tools. I'm going to say, okay, this is my launching platform. I'm going to chart a course of, chart a range of about 9.7. If something is within that range, I can probably engage it. However, if that unit is, let's say, coming, or if I detect it over there and it's going towards the other marker, it's not only going to have to travel that distance, but also towards the other point, towards the intercept point. And that might not happen, because you don't have the runtime. In reverse, if something's over there, and it is coming towards you, and you know, or at least can reasonably expect that it will continue moving towards you, then you can launch a missile, or a torpedo in this case, in that general direction. At this point, there might be something out there, there might not. We simply don't know yet. But if this is going to come into range, that torpedo will most likely have enough juice. Now, this wake-homing torpedo has more or less caught up. And once it does, you can see that it starts to make some sort of course corrections. This is when it's trying to find the wake. So it's trying to search left, search right, search left, search right. And eventually, it's going to go, aha, I have found the wake, I have found my target. That is where I'm going to explode. This is the origin of the wake, these propellers. So the torpedo has found its mark. Now, much like with a missile launch, you can sort of backtrack the launch from a torpedo. If there was indeed something over here, it could fire back along the line of the torpedo course. So in that case, it can be very useful with torpedoes, especially if they're wire guided, to change their course. Unfortunately, this one, the UZ-80, offers no mid-course corrections. So in this case, you might want to move the submarine itself. If you have, for example, a target that you're engaging over there, you just launch the torpedo at it. In that case, try and go at a 90-degree offset and increase speed. Don't be where the enemy is going to expect you to be. Because if they do fire a snapshot, so a quick torpedo back in your general direction, that torpedo might follow that line, that marker over there. And when it does, it's going to go, oh, you're still right there. Okay, cool, now I'm going to eliminate you. If you are, however, not there and you're outside of the seeker cone, which for torpedoes in this case, by the way, is tiny, you'll definitely be able to escape. Some torpedoes are really good at finding their targets. Some torpedoes are awful at finding their targets. Especially the Mark 48s, the American torpedoes are very good. Let me show you how that works. In this particular scenario, I have a Los Angeles class submarine, and I'm trailing a hostile submarine. I don't exactly know what it is, but as we're getting more information about it, we will definitely be able to narrow down what type of target it is. I do know that it's hostile. Now, the LA, the Los Angeles, carries the Mark 48 torpedo. They also carry anti-ship missiles, by the way, but that's a different story. These torpedoes can be wire-guided, and that is when the fun begins. Because this means I can launch a torpedo not at the target, but towards the general area where the target might go. So I'm going to launch a torpedo at an offset. I'm not going to launch the torpedo towards where I want it to go. I want to launch the torpedo off to the side. As this torpedo is making a lot of noise, at least briefly, that means that I have lost the contact in front of me. So I can't detect that for a couple of seconds. Now, this torpedo can be course corrected because it's wire guided. You don't actually see that wire, but it is wire guided. So I can right click here and tell this torpedo to change course. And this is extremely useful because this means I can pretend that that torpedo came from somewhere else. I know that this guy is still heading north. I'm going to now launch this torpedo, or sorry, I'm going to tell this torpedo to course correct. The torpedo is doing 50 knots. Last time I checked, the submarine is doing about 20 knots. So sooner rather than later, we should catch up to it. But he might try and fight back. He might, if he hears that torpedo, go, hold on. That torpedo, I'm going to shoot right back along the line of that torpedo. And unfortunately for him, there's nothing there. Because this way, I have a torpedo coming from a direction, and if they track that back, there's nothing there, because I dog-legged it, as they call it. I sent it one way first, and another way second. And that is a very, very powerful feature of the Mark 48. Not all torpedoes can do this. Wire-guided torpedoes can. But sometimes you might not have the option because you have lost the wire, as it is called. You are unable to get the wire, or you're unable to maintain connection to the torpedo. And at that point, you will just have to, well, hope that your torpedo finds something. You will not be able to issue any additional course corrections. So that is how you can change the course of torpedoes. As long as they're wire guided, you can change these things. There we go. Yeah, they're definitely snapshotting, so they're fighting back. with all the torpedoes that they can. And because I've maneuvered the torpedoes so much, I now actually have undone most of what I did. Because they tried to fight back against the torpedo, but you can see that they're not exactly going to be on target against my submarine. Ideally, I would have done it in a couple of different legs. So a couple of different parts of the journey, if you will. I would have sent the torpedo from my submarine first there and then there. And once I did that, you will have seen that the torpedoes were sent towards that direction. So that's how you can change the course of torpedoes, and you can change where the intended target might fight back. Another type of weapon that you can use against submarines is the RUR-5. This is basically this missile launcher that you see up front. It is a missile strapped to a torpedo. This means that you can rapidly deliver a torpedo to another location. So let's say that I know there's a submarine over there. I'm going to use the RUR-5. I'm going to send one off. You can see that it is a missile booster. Then there's the torpedo. And what this thing does is just fly a sort of parabolic arc. So it goes up real high, and then it comes down, and it just drops the torpedo right into the water. There you go. You can see that this has a very tiny seeker cone. These Mark 46 are lightweight torpedoes. And now it's going to look for a submarine. The Mark 46, as a torpedo type, cannot look for surface targets. So don't worry dropping these among your own aircraft carrier group, if it has come to that. Because your torpedo will not find surface ships. Of course, ideally you wouldn't have this happen, because this has a relatively low range. And means that there is a submarine 6 miles away. And as I've shown you in the submarine, or the torpedo type, it is possible that at that point you're already gone. You will not be able to survive a submarine at 5 miles most of the time. Some Russian warships are also equipped with the RBU-6000, and that's the last weapon type I'll cover. The RBU-6000 and the RBU-1000 are anti-submarine mortars. It's basically a depth charge. That's the closest proximity to what you can get. I know that there is a submarine fairly close to the Kirov. Of course, ideally it's way too close, but that's a different discussion. I'm going to shoot the RBU-6000 at it. The RBU-1000 only has a range of half a mile. The RBU-6000 had a range of 3 miles. So first we're going to have to close the distance, and then we should be able to engage that submarine. We've closed the distance to 2.92 miles, and I'm going to use the RBUs against this Alpha over here. Sometimes the ship's going to change course, sometimes it isn't. You can see it just uses this launcher right on the bow in order to sort of saturate that area around the Alpha with depth charges. And let's see, we should be able to see them coming in. There's the Kirov. There. Splash, 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 splash. They're just dropping into the water. And once they're there, this submarine is most likely dead. It's probably sustained severe damage at this point. And if not, you can just give them another dose. Ideally, you'd never have to use these weapons, because that means that a submarine has gotten really, really, really close. Not a range where you really want them to be. But, well, it's possible. Right now, the Kirov won't launch another sprint because I have to wait another 1 minute and 10 seconds. I can try the RBU-1000, but I don't have the range, because the range on that is only half a mile. So with that, an end to the video. I hope I've given at least some overview of all the different weapons types in the game. Again, it's something that you can talk about for a very long time. All the different ways that you can engage another warship, an aircraft-to-aircraft fight. There are a lot of different types of weapons, and I highly encourage you to just try them out. See what they do. Sometimes they'll work, sometimes you go, hold on, why did that not work? Read the unit card, it definitely helped me a lot, and I still make mistakes. Sea Power is a complex game, so give yourself some time to learn it. Thank you for watching. If you have any additions, corrections, questions, leave those down below in the comments. And good luck on the high seas of Sea Power. Hey there, and welcome back to Sea Power Tutorials. Today we're talking about electronic warfare. This is a potentially underlooked element of the warfare part of this game, yet it is very important.
Electronic warfare can be considered like you're trying to find something, yet somebody is shining a flashlight in your eyes. You can't see. Electronic warfare tends to be the electronic version of that. So these big radar dishes that I have on the top of this Kirov class cruiser, they're going to get blinded. Or rather, the US is going to get blinded. Because serving as our target today is this US battle group. You can see they have an aircraft carrier, they have a couple of destroyers, they have a couple of cruisers around. This is a pretty tough to crack formation. The first test is going to be what happens when I launch my missiles at them and I don't have jamming in place. I'm going to send all of my missiles generally in the direction of the aircraft carrier, and seeing as these are smart missiles, they will sort themselves out. So we're going to launch all of them, and then we're going to see what happens as NATO detects the missiles and then promptly tries to shoot them down. By the way, the detection aircraft for now is just a Tu-95, but that is not important. The missiles are on target. Once they get there, you will see what happens. The missiles are now approaching the battle group, and as you can just visually see, we have a couple of these radars active. This means that the US fleet is most likely well aware of the fact that there are missiles in the air. Depending on the type of ship that you're trying to engage, they will get them engaged from farther or shorter away. In this case, we are about 60, 65 miles out, 70 miles in some situations. Now, Ticonderogas have a range of about 65 miles with their harpoons. With their their surface-to-air missiles, they should be starting to engage fairly soon. And seeing as they're not getting blinded, there's no electronic warfare in play, these missiles can get detected, and they can also promptly get engaged. It's not the situation where I'm shining a light into the US's radars. They can see. And as such, this means that, there we go, that was already a missile that was trying to get intercepted. We should be able to see these ships starting to launch missiles. You can already definitely see them trying. One missile was intercepted by a Standard Missile 2, medium range, from track 7008. Which I suspect very much is one of the Ticonderoga class ships. There we go. This means that at this range of about 15 miles is where they're at now. You can see that these ships are starting return fire. They know that there's missiles, and as good as these SSN-19s are, there is just a lot of missile defense aboard this US ship. Or rather, aboard these US ships. All of these ships, there we go. There's the third missile that got intercepted. These missiles are going to get intercepted one after the other. It is possible that some will get through. But just note that we've already lost 1, 2, 3... Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of our 20 missiles. All of those got intercepted. And again, you might still get a kill. You might still get 1 or 2 hits. But that'll be about it. There we go. There's 1 hit on the carrier, which is an ideal target. This SSN-19 is going for that Kid class destroyer. We're probably going to have another hit on the aircraft carrier. So you could argue this missile strike was a success. Although, of course, you really want to cause as much damage, and ideally you'd eliminate the whole group. So we did hit the Kid over there. We're about to hit potentially another ship back there. And it looks like we might get 1 more hit. There we go. There's the Ticonderoga, and it got hit. If you're getting hit by an SSN-19, it is quite likely that you're not going to survive the encounter. And this one did get intercepted with its COIS. There's the missile exploding. So, actual hits, not many. We hit 2 tracks, 7007 and 7006. And that's the aircraft carrier. We apparently also hit this thing. So, our efficacy of the missiles was really quite limited. Just here for confirmation, we have hit the Dwight D. Eisenhower, so we hit the carrier. We've hit a cruiser, we've hit the Sacramento, which is a support ship. We've destroyed a Kid, and we've even destroyed a helicopter, which was aboard the destroyer. So really, we didn't do that much damage. Let's see how we can do once we do activate electronic warfare. I've now added in electronic warfare aircrafts. In this case, sticking with the Russian theme, this is the Tu-16P. As you can see, it doesn't carry any weapons. It only has 1 unit, which is offensive ECM. It's an offensive jammer. Once you click that, left click, and then right click on the tactical display, you can see that there's a cone
And that's where I'm actually jamming. So this way you can start to see, okay, this is how far I can jam. It doesn't mean that the radars will be completely blinded, but they will have a much, much harder time. If you're using electronic warfare like this to jam enemy radars, it is very important to note that you want to have your electronic warfare in the same direction as where your missiles are coming from. So that means that the Kirov is currently behind the jammer, and it's going to be far more effective with all of its missiles. So once again, we're going to launch all of these missiles in the general direction of the targets, and let the missiles themselves figure out where they need to go. The units over here on the tactical display, this track 7002, has a very, very small sun icon next to it. That means it's getting jammed. And this way, it's going to have far more difficulty being able to intercept missiles. As for this direction, I'm going to once again emphasize it. Make sure it is within line where you are targeting the units. So the missiles have to basically fly past the electronic warfare aircraft. Or, depending on the situation, if you have aircraft launching another strike, I could, for example, have another unit of aircraft firing from here and have the electronic warfare plane behind them, so long as you're able to get those units in your range. Imagine that you are in a fist fight, and somebody's shining a light into your eyes, right from the front. The attacker is also right in front of you, and this means you can't see them, so you can barely defend yourself. You cannot really throw a punch back. If the enemy is, or let's say somebody's shining a flashlight from the side, so let's say I were to jam from over here, they're shining a flashlight from the side, and the attacker is still coming in from the front, so somebody trying to punch you is still coming in from the front, you'd see that. Yes, you might, from the corner of your eye, see that there's light, or in this case, the radar is going to be jammed in this direction, but that doesn't really do a whole lot for my missiles. So now let's see what happens when those missiles arrive while the US fleet is getting jammed. The missiles are once again approaching. We're about 25 miles out from one of our targets, and so far, no NATO response. Last time around, they started firing about 16, 17 miles out. Right now, I'm not seeing any response from these ships. Nothing. That's because they're getting blinded. They cannot see anything. Their radars are getting jammed. The radars are getting such a massive amount of return information from the jamming aircraft, from that Tu-16, that they simply don't see any missiles. There is, however, a burn-through point. At some point, this radar at short range is going to be so powerful that it will detect the missiles. But by that time, it might be too late. By that time, there might not be enough time to respond to detect and eliminate all of the missiles. So even if you have an enemy aircraft or an enemy surface group jammed, they will be able to start launching missiles at some point. Right now, though, we're at 13 miles, 12 miles. There's nothing happening. Now you're starting to see some response. Now we're seeing a little bit of a response, but still no missiles. It's because those missiles, they need to be guided by the radar onto the target, and the gun doesn't have that issue. The gun does not have that problem. And this is not the only US ship that's not actually doing anything. The rest of them, they're just sailing around. They're trying to defend themselves, and they might use their close-in weapon systems, those very, very fast-fire cannons you can see on the sides here. But that's about it. So there's finally one missile. But they basically launched that when I was 1 mile away. And of course, that's too late. This means that the US battleships, the US fleet here, is going to have their ass handed to them just by virtue of electronic warfare. So I've already hit the carrier a couple of times. One of these missiles, yeah, there we go. We got one sinking ship most likely. Another one. This one's already gonna probably sink. Doesn't really need much more attention, but the missiles don't know that. This one is definitely trying to defend itself, this Ticonderoga. But again, it's a bit late. It's not really gonna work. So this time around, you'll definitely get a lot more kills. And that is the beauty of electronic warfare. You're able to just blind the enemy and decimate their battle group just with a couple of strikes. At this point, all of my missiles have arrived. Now let's see what the score is. We have hit the aircraft carrier. We've hit the Spruance, we've hit the Sacramento, we've killed the Ticonderoga, we've killed the Kit, we've killed an Oliver Hazard Perry. And of course 5 helicopters that were probably still aboard the various ships. I think the Eisenhower might still sink that carrier. So just by using electronic warfare, you can double the amount of kills that you're getting. The beauty of electronic warfare is that it also works in reverse. I have now set myself up as the blue NATO task force, so I have the US battle group. Of course, they have all of their various aircraft. This is the jammer, this is the other jammer, and over here they have the observation aircraft. I, however, have an aircraft carrier, and I'm going to launch my own electronic warfare aircraft, the EA-6B. I'm going to launch 3 separate ones, and this way I can start my own jamming. I know that Kirov, which is somewhere out there in the distance, knows that I'm here, because this is their observation aircraft, so they will be sending missiles. Which, by the way, the game kind of gives away once you start seeing that you cannot go faster than 10 times speed. That's when the game says, sorry, I cannot go any faster because there's a missile or a torpedo in the air/water. Anyway, we have launched our first aircraft. This is Magic 1. I'm going to position Magic 1 behind me. This, of course, only works if you know where the threat is coming from. So in this case, I'm assuming that I know exactly where the threat is. The reason why I'm positioning my jammers behind me is because I want to make sure that my ships have the best, let's say, jamming coverage possible. So I'm not jamming my own radars, I'm jamming the radars mounted on their anti-ship missiles. That is the plan. I'm going to have Magics 1, 2, and 3 activate their jammer. We're going to activate the electronic countermeasure in front of the fleet. So pointing at the threat. Pointing at exactly where I expect that threat to come from. I don't really need to change anything else about the formation because some of these ships already have their radars active. And I don't really want to tinker with that, so as not to change the, let's say, the conditions of the experiment. Now we wait. You can sort of see that all of these jammers are more or less covering the whole fleet, except for the McCluskey over here. So ideally, I'd slightly position maybe Magics 1 and 2 and slightly back. Just getting a slightly better position. If you are ever unhappy about where your aircraft is jamming, or maybe your aircraft changed position, just click this again, right-click somewhere else, and that way you can relocate your jammer. The aircraft does not have to be pointing at a specific direction in order to use that jammer. So, as grim as it is, now we wait. Now we wait for the missiles to come in. Again, I must emphasize this works only if you know where the threat is coming from. And if you're facing a radar-guided missile. An infrared missile is just not gonna care. It does not have a radar, it cannot get jammed. It might, however, go after a flare, for example. A flare is very hot, and as such, there we go, there's the missiles. A flare is hot, and a flare will attract an infrared missile. These SSN-19s don't care for heat signatures, they care for big radar signatures. The bigger, the better, because a big radar signature is most likely an important target. You can see that these things are getting jammed. They too have that little sun icon next to their track number. And normally, they would have found the formation by now. How far away are they relative to the carrier? 40 miles. In my example, where I was using these things against the Americans, they were already on sea skimming mode. Now, it's possible that they have one of those missiles as the sort of flight leader, designating targets. But it cannot properly designate targets if it does not see anything. That's where the radar comes in. That's where the radar comes in, and that's also where that radar meets my magic. Meets my electronic warfare. So let's play this out. I'm not touching any of the controls regarding countermeasures or surface-to-air missiles. That's my ship's automatic actions. You can see that my ships are responding, they're sending their missiles out. And over here we might have our first intercept. There you go. That's the first missile that got intercepted. Okay, you might go, but that's just the one. And you're right. These missiles are still pretty dangerous. Some of them, however, are sticking up far higher for longer than they normally would. Now they're finally going down. But it still gives me more time to intercept them because they don't really know where to go. They can't see anything. And as such, they are a bit less of a threat. You cannot really fully negate them, because sometimes they might just, well, get lucky. There is an element of RNG involved. Right now, for example, I cannot really see any of the missiles anymore. There we go. They're 14... yeah, they're about 14 miles out. At this point, it's just a big mess of missiles, both mine and theirs. And that is where Sea Power does really look spectacular, but at the moment, I don't want to pay too much attention to that. You can see that all the escort ships are trying to throw their missiles at the targets. The aircraft carrier with its RIM 7s is likely one of the ships trying to engage, but one of the last ones to do so. Now, these missiles are snaking left and right. They're trying to do a sort of S pattern. They're trying to find something, which they can't because they're blinded. And previously, this missile knew exactly where to go. Right now, you can see it's still sort of confusedly looking around, going, hold on, where's my target? It doesn't know, but now it has found something. So while this while this ECM, this electronic countermeasure stuff works, it is never perfect. You will at some point have a burn through where the radar of the jammed aircraft and or missile is going to see something. And that's right now for this missile. This SSN-19 has spotted a target, and it is most likely going to strike this ship. It's most likely not going to get intercepted because they don't have any time anymore. And yet, if that's it, if only the Sacramento has been hit, I consider that a win, because that was the whole wave of missiles. There's nothing else coming for me. The missile that you can still see in the air here is mine, Standard Missile 2. As for the rest, I believe that's it. So you can, this way, very, very, very efficiently just shut down incoming missiles if they are radar guided. Again, positioning is key. Keep your missiles behind, keep your jammers behind where you want your jamming to go. So I'm trying to blind towards the west. They're searching towards the east. If I'm jamming towards the west and a missile comes in from the north, that missile's going to go, huh? I don't care, because I don't even see the jammer. The jammer's not directed at it. And this way, that missile is just going to fly right in. Or, of course, it is going to try and get stopped by the Paul Foster, for example. But outside of that, it does not care about the jamming. Alright, that is jamming in electronic warfare in a nutshell. You can use it offensively to jam the enemy as you're launching an attack against them. You can also use it defensively if you know exactly where the attack is going to come from, and if you know that they're using radar-guided into-ship missiles. If they're using any other type of missiles, for example, infrareds, yeah, their jamming is not going to do much. Let me know what your thoughts are. If you have any questions, please post those down below. I look forward to seeing your effects with all of the jamming. Let me know how effective or how ineffective it was. And good luck on the high seas of Sea Power.
Air search on. Radar eye. Surface search on. Radar eye. Surface search on. Air search on. Radar eye. Air search on. Surface search on. Radar eye. On station. Contact detected. Roger, turn, 3-5, roger, turn, 3-2-3. New air, contact detected. Turn 334. Roger. Turn 330. Roger, RTB. Roger, RTB. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. New surface. Contact detected. contact detected. Track 7005 is classified. Hostile warship. New surface contact detected. Roger, turn 1. Roger, turn 167. Engage track 7005. Salvo fire. Bulldog away. Track 7005. 7006 is classified. Hostile warship. Engage track 7006. Salvo fire. Bulldog away. Track. Vampire. Bearing. Multiple. Hostile. Air. Contacts detected. Engaging track 7007. Salvo fire. Roger, turn 1-4. Roger, turn 1-4-6. Roger, turn 2-6. Roger, turn 2-4-9. Contact faded. Track. Engage track 7011. Salvo fire. Engage track 7010. Salvo fire. Multiple. Bulldog away. Track 70. Contact faded. Track. Multiple. Hostile. Air. Contacts detected. Engage track 7019. Engaging track 7019. Engaging track 7018. Salvo fire. Multiple. Hostile. Air. Vampire. Bearing. Contact faded. Track. Vampire. Bearing. Contact faded. Track. Vampire. Bearing. track type. Roger, turn 171. Roger, turn 131. Roger, turn 178. Contact faded. Track. Turn to course 267. Hell my. On station. Birds away. Track 7024. Birds away. Track 7024. Birds away. Vampire, vampire, vampire. Bearing. Hit track. We've been hit. Birds away. Vampire, vampire, vampire. Bearing. Birds away. Track 7031. Hit track 7007. Birds away. Track 7031. Birds away. Track 7031. VID track. Roger, go to altitude. turn. Roger, turn 351. Roger, roger, turn 327. Roger, go to altitude 10,000. On station. VID track. VID track. Roger, turn 286. VID track. Roger, turn 3-1. Roger, roger, turn 3. Roger, turn 3-2-0. turn 338. Roger, turn 340. On station. New surface contact detected. Multiple surface contacts detected. Contact faded. Track. New contact faded. Track. VID track. Roger, turn. Contact faded. Track. Multiple hostile surface contacts detected. Engaging track 7040. Engage track 7042. Engaging track 7043. Engaging track 7041. Track 7043 is classified. Hostile warship. Engaging track 7039. Engaging track 7039. Engage track 7002. Engage track 7039. Ceasefire track. New ground contact detected. New ground contact detected. Track 7. Bulldog away. Track 7042. New ground contact detected. Ceasefire track. Roger. Turn 139. On station. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Bulldog away. Track 7041. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact Bulldog away. Track 7043. Ceasefire. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Bombs away. Roger, RTB. Contact faded. Track 7045 is class. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Bulldog away. Track 7040. Contact faded. Track. 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 On station. On station. Contact faded. Track. On station. Weapon error, bad track, type. Engaging track 7046. Salvo fire. 7041. Contact detected. Bulldog away. Track 70. Engaging track 7042. New ground contact detected. Guns. Same launch. Hit track 7046. Out of control. Eject. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Guns. Same launch. New air. Contact detected. Out of control. Eject. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Out of control. Eject. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering aye. 314. Hell my. On station. Ahead standard. Maneuvering aye. Ahead standard. Maneuvering aye. Ahead flank. Maneuvering aye. Ahead flank. Maneuvering aye. Turn to course 350. Turn to course 314. Hell my. formation. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. On Roger. Turn 3, 2, 4. Roger. Turn 3, 5, 2. Turn to course 308. Hell my! Returning to formation. Ahead flank. Maneuvering eye. Ahead flank. Maneuvering eye. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 2, 6, 5. Returning to formation. New air contact detected. Roger. Turn 293. On station. contact detected. Roger, turn 291. Roger, roger, turn 000. New air contact detected. New surface contact detected. Track 7004. Engaging track 7004. Bulldog away. Track 7004. New surface contact detected. Bulldog away. Track VID. Track 7007. Ceasefire, track. Turn to course 338. Hell my. Track 7. Returning to station. Bulldog away. Track 7006. Engage track 7006. Track 7007 is classified. Hostile warship. Bulldog away. Track 7. Engage track 7007. On station. On station. On station. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 256. turn to course. 3, 4, turn to course. 3, 4, 5. Hell my. On station. Contact detected. Weapon error. No track assigned. Contact faded. Track. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. New surface. Contact detected. Roger, turn, roger, roger, turn, roger, turn 206. Roger, turn, turn. Roger, turn. 192. Roger, turn 3, 4. Roger, turn 3, 4, 6. Contact detected. Roger, turn. Contact faded. Track. New surface. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. On station. New air. Contact detected. Roger, turn 275. New air, contact detected. On station, new surface, contact detected. Track 70, contact faded. Track. Engage track 7014. Track 7014 is classified. Hostile. Engage track 7014. Contact faded. Track. Roger, turn 315. On station. Track 7012 is classified. Hostile warship. Engaging track 7012. New air. Contact detected. New ground. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. heard. Maneuvering eye. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Track 7019 is classified. Hostile airfield. New air contact detected. Contact detected. Roger. Turn 227. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Engage track 7020. Salvo fire. Contact faded. Track. Track. Hit track. 7011. Engage track 70 on station. Whip it away. Whip it away! Hit track 7012. New air contact detected. Roger, turn 35. Roger, turn 270. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. Guns. Track 7020 is toast. Roger, turn 28. Roger, turn 001. Roger, turn 280. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger, RTB. Roger, RTB. New ground contact detected. New air contact detected. Multiple air ground contacts detected. Roger, turn 3-3. Roger, turn 3-3-4. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. 12NOV24. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Track 7038 is classified. Contact faded. Track. Roger, RTB. On station. Roger, RTB. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering aye. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Roger. Turn 004. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. On station. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Ahead standard. Maneuvering aye. Roger. Turn 133. New air contact detected. Roger. Go to altitude 200. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 026. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 038. On station. Roger. Turn 157. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Multiple air contacts detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering aye. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 052. New air contact detected. Roger. Contact faded. Track. Roger. RTB. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Roger. RTB. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. 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 Track 7055 is classified. Hostile helo. New air contact detected. Weapon error. No track assigned. Contact faded. Track. Engaging track 7055. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Weapon error. No track assigned. Engaging track 7055. Ceasefire, track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Engage track 7055. Birds away, track. Track 7055. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. Roger. Turn 180. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Roger, RTB. Roger, RTB. Multiple air contacts detected. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 130. Contact faded. Track. Roger that. New air contact detected. Roger, RTB. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. Engage track 7. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering aye. Search on. Radar aye. Surface search on. Radar aye. Roger, turn 278. Roger, go to altitude 1000. Roger, go to altitude 1000. New air contact detected. Roger, turn 292. New air contact detected. On station. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. Surface search on. Air search on. Radar eye. Surface search on. Air search on. Radar eye. New surface contact detected. New surface contact detected. Track 7004 is classified. Hostile warship. Engaging track 7004. New surface contact detected. Ceasefire, track. Bulldog away. Track. Engage track 7. Contact faded. Track. Engage track 70. Bulldog away. Track 7005. Engage track 7005. Track 7. Bulldog away. Track. Engage track 7006. New air contact detected. Bandits! Engage track. Guns, guns, guns! Roger, go to altitude 200. Engage track 7007. Ceasefire track. Engage track 7007. Salvo fire. New, sir. Engaging track 7007. Salvo fire. Engaging track 7007. Salvo fire. Engaging track 7007. Salvo fire. Guns, guns, guns! Track 7007 is toast. New surface contact detected. Weapon error. No track assigned. Roger. Turn. Roger. Turn. 323. New surface contact detected. Track 7012 is classified. Hostile warship. Track 7011 is classified. Hostile warship. Engaging track 7012. Engaging track 7011. On station. VID track 701. VID track 7014. VID track 7014. Engaging track 7013. Roger, turn 331. Track 7014 is classified. Hostile warship. Engage track 7014. Roger, turn 318. Roger, turn 318. Contact detected. New ground contact detected. New ground contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Track 7015 is classified. Hostile missile site. station. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger, go to altitude. Roger, turn 268. Track 7017 is classified. Hostile airfield. Roger, turn. Roger, turn 265. Roger, turn 338. New air. Contact detected. On station. On station. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Roger, turn 27. Roger, turn 27. Contact faded. Track. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. New air. Contact detected. Roger, turn 093. On station. Track 7023 is classified. Hostile helo. New air. Contact detected. Engage track 7023. Salvo fire. New air. Contact detected. New ground contact detected. On station. Contact faded. Track. Engage track 7012. Whip it away! Track 7027 is classified. Hostile SAM site. Guns! Contact faded. Track multiple ground contacts detected. fire, track. Hit track 701. Same launch, same launch. Contact faded. Track. Whip it away. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. We've been hit. Hit track 7013. New air. Contact detected. Roger, go to altitude 50. Contact faded. Track new air. Contact detected. Whip it away. Contact faded. Track. Hit track 7014. Contact faded. Track. Roger, turn 229. Roger, go to altitude 20. New air, contact detected. On station. Contact faded. Track. Roger, go to altitude 10,000. New air, contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Engaging track 7023. Salvo fire. Roger, turn 023. Engaging track 7014. New air, contact detected. Splash track 7023. Roger, turn on station. Roger, turn 226. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 030. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 242. VID track 7026. New air. Contact detected. On station. Roger. Turn 000. Contact faded. Track. Returning to station. Roger. Turn 130. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Turn 111. Roger. Turn 059. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 261. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 017. New air. Contact detected. On station. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Go to altitude 20. Track 7026 is classified. Hostile SAM site. Engaging track 702. Engage track 7016. Engage track 7015. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger, RTB. Roger, RTB. Stay in launch. Stay in launch. Hit track 7016. Roger, RTB. Contact faded. Track. Roger, RTB. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. On station. Roger, go to altitude 20. New air. Contact detected. Roger, turn 194. contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New contact detected. Track 7062. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger, go to altitude 200. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger, go to altitude 2. Roger, turn 011. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. On station. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Track 7067 is classified. Hostile helo. New air. Contact detected. Roger, RTB. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Roger. Turn. Roger. Turn 091. New air. Contact detected. contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. On station. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 059. New air contact detected. On station. Roger. Roger. Turn 242. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Engage track 706. Hit track 1001. Engaging track 702. On station. On station. Engage track 7067. Salvo fire. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 322. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Go to altitude 10,000. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Turn 264. New air. Contact detected. New ground. Contact detected. On station. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 050. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Turn. Roger. Turn 000. New air. Contact detected. Roger. RTB. Good. New ground. Contact detected. Track 7098 is classified. Hostile airfield. Splash track 7067. Roger. Turn 078. Track 710. On station. Roger. Turn 139. New air. Contact detect. Engage track 7101. contact detected. Hit track 7101. New air contact detected. Roger, turn 328. Roger, go to altitude 2. Roger, turn 3-1. Roger, turn 010. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Roger, go to altitude 20. Roger, go to altitude 20. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. On station. Ahead 1/3. Maneuver. Contact faded. Track. Roger, RTB. Contact faded. Track. Roger, turn 172. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Roger, RTB. Roger, RTB. Roger, go to altitude 20. Roger, go to altitude 20. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Weapon error. No track assigned. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Multiple air. Contacts detected. Roger. Turn. Roger. Turn 250. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering eye. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger. 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 Turn. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 281. VID. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Go to altitude 3000. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Roger. Turn 329. contact detected. New air, contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. VID track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Turn to course. Turn to course. 174. Hell my. Ahead flank. Maneuvering eye. Turn to course. 020. Hell my. Ahead flank. Turn to course. 024. Hell my. Ahead flank. Turn to course. 030. Ahead flank. Maneuvering eye. Turn to course. 164. Hell my. Ahead flank. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Turn 114. Roger, turn 107. Roger, turn 2. Roger, turn 218. Contact faded. Track. Roger, go to altitude 1000. Contact faded. Track. Multiple air. Contacts detected. New air. Contact detected. VID track 7146. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Turn to course. 163. Hell my. VID track. Roger. Turn 138. Multiple air. Contacts detected. Contact faded. Track. VID track. Roger. Turn 16. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Turn 119. Roger. Turn 175. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 144. Roger. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Turn 140. New air. Contact detected. Return. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 149. Roger. Turn 175. Roger. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Roger. Turn 098. New air. Contact detected. Engage track 7-1. Bandits. New air. Contact detected. Engaging track 7151. Engaging track Fox 2. Fox 2. Engaging track 7155. Engage track 7149. Contact Fox splash track 71. Roger, RTB. Engage track 7151. Salvo fire. Engaging track 715. Splash track 7151. Engaging track 714. Engage track. Splash track 7149. Engaging track 7134. Salvo fire. Returning to formation. Returning to formation. Returning to station. Returning to station. Returning to formation. Ahead standard. Contact faded. Track new air. Contact detected. On station. New air. Contact detected. Returning to formation. Returning to station. Contact faded. Track. contact detected. Turn to course. 099. Hell my. Returning to station. New ground contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger, RTB. Roger, RTB. Roger, RTB. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New ground contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Engaging track 7134. Salvo fire. Engaging track 7134. Engage track 7134. Salvo engaging track 7134. Salvo fire. New air contact detected. New air contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger, go to altitude 1000. New air contact detected. turn 1. On station. Roger, turn 1, 3, 2. New air, contact detected. Engage track 7, 1, 3, 4. Salvo fire. Contact faded. Track, guns, guns, guns. Splash track 7, 1, 3, 4. Roger, RTB. New air, contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air, contact detected. Roger, turn 1, 8. Roger, turn. Contact faded. Track. Roger, go to altitude 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact detected. Turn to course. 303. Hell my. Returning to station. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Turn to course. Turn to course. Turn to course. 273. Hell my. Returning to formation. Returning to station. Returning to station. Turn to course. 119. Hell my. Surface contact detected. Surface search on. Radar eye. MCON, secure all emitters. Radar eye. Track 7001 is classified. Hostile warship. Roger, go to altitude 30,000. Turn to course 135. Hell my. Multiple surface submerged submarine. Contacts detected. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering eye. Engaging track 7002. Ceasefire, track. Roger that. Ceasefire, track. Ceasefire, track. Roger, turn 297. Contact faded. Track. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. Contact faded. Track. Multiple hostile surface contacts detected. Engaging track 7006. Ceasefire, track. 7006. Salvo fire. Whip it away. Track 7006. Engaging track 7005. Salvo fire. Whip it away. Track 7005. Engage track 7004. Salvo fire. Turn to course 138. Hell my. Make my depth 260. Dive I. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering I. Engage track 7003. Salvo fire. Turn to course. Turn to course. 128. Hell my. Engage track 7004. Salvo fire. New air contact detected. Confirmed. Turn to course 197. Cease fire, track. Turn to course 216. Hell my. Returning to formation. Track 7007 is classified. Hostile helo. Contact detected. Turn to course. 1-8. Turn to course. Turn to course. 1-3-2. Hell my. Roger, turn, Roger, turn 269. Track 7008 is classified. Hostile, helo. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Submerged submarine. Contact detected. New surface. Contact detected. Track. Make my depth. 330. Contact faded. Track. Make my depth. 260. Dive by. 7010. Roger, turn 28. Engage track 7010. Contact faded. Track. New. Vampire. Bearing. Turn to course. 250. Hell mine. Track 7013 is classified. Hostile warship. MCON, secure all emitters. Radar eye. Surface contact detected. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering eye. Secure the surface. Secure the air search. Radar eye. Secure the surface, sir. Secure the air search. Radar eye. Air search on. Surface search on. Radar eye. Search on. Surface search on. Radar eye. Air search on. Surface search on. Radar eye. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. Roger, turn 1, 2, 1. contact detected. Engage track 7010. Track 7015 is classified. Hostile birds away. Track 7012. Track 7014 is classified. Hostile warship. Multiple hostile air contacts detected. Contact faded. Birds away. Track 7018. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Vampire! Bearing. Weapon error. No track assigned. Turn to course 206. Hell my. Returning to station. Turn to course 172. Turn to course 1. Turn to course 2. Turn to course 200. Hell my. Ahead flank. Maneuvering eye. Track 702. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Birds away. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 119. Contact faded. Track. Birds away. Track 7019. Birds away. Track 7018. Track 7021. Contact faded. Track 702. Birds away. Track 7018. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Birds away. Track 7012. We're hit. We're sinking. All hands abandon ship. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Turn to course 24. Turn to course 240. Hell my. Whip it away. Multiple hostile air contacts detected. Track set. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Roger. Turn 267. Engage track 7010. Vampire, bearing. Whip it away. Track 7004. Roger, turn 113. Multiple hostile air contact faded. Track multiple hostile air contacts detected. Ceasefire, track. Turn to course 122. Hell my. Birds away, track 7024. Birds away, track 7035. Make my depth 48. Birds away, track 7026. Track 70. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Birds away. Track. Track 7043. Track 7045 is classified. Birds away. Track 7043. Track 7046 is contact faded. Track. Vampire. Bearing. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Birds away. Track 7. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Multiple. Hostile. Contact faded. Track. We're sinking. All hands abandon ship. Birds away. Track 704. Vampire. Bearing. We're sinking. All hands abandon ship. Track 70. We're sinking. All hands abandon ship. Contact faded. Track. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. Ahead full. Maneuvering eye. Flooding beyond control. Abandoning ship. Turn to course 227. Hell my. Roger, turn 117. Roger, turn 132. New surface contact detected. Track 7. Roger, turn 204. Turn to course. Turn to course. 216. Hell my. Ahead standard. Maneuvering aye. Turn to course. 294. Hell my. Turn to course. 299. Hell my. Turn to course. 212. Roger. Turn 294. Roger. Turn 30. Roger. Turn 307. Roger. Turn 294. New air. Contact detected. Track 7002 is classified. Hostile helo. Roger, turn 3. Roger, turn 3, 2, 1. Roger, turn 3. Roger, turn 3, 1. Roger, turn 3, 2. Roger, turn 3, 1, 8. Return to course. 217. Hell my. Roger, turn 165. Roger, turn 170. Engage track 7001. Roger, turn 175. Roger, turn 143. New air contact detected. Track 70. altitude 200. Roger, go to altitude 200. Roger, go to altitude 200. Roger, turn 223. Roger, turn 258. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Maneuvering aye. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering aye. New air. Contact detected. Contact faded. Track. Track 7005 is classified. Hostile helo. On station. Contact faded. Track. classified. Hostile helo. Roger, RTB. Roger, turn 330. Contact faded. Track. On station. Contact faded. Track. Roger, turn 207. Contact faded. Track. Buoy away! Track 7007 is classified. Hostile helo. Surface search on. Radar eye. Air search on. Radar eye. New air. Contact detected. Track 7004 is classified. Neutral air. Buoy away! Ahead 1/3. Buoy away! Buoy away! Air search on. Radar. Surface search on. Radar eye. Air search on. Surface search on. Radar eye. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering eye. Roger. Turn 267. Roger, turn 265. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. Ahead standard. Maneuvering eye. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Track. Contact faded. Contact faded. Track. Ahead 1/3. Maneuvering aye. Contact faded. Track.